Night Express by John Fletcher, with Cornelius Garrett as Gregory Roberts. The year is 1933. November 1933.
It had been foggy that morning, very foggy. Charing Cross had been sunken grey as I boarded the boat train. All through Kent and across the silent, motionless channel, fog had blanketed, stifled the world. And now, in the failing light of early evening, as I descended the gangway at Ostend, fog enveloped everything. In the distance, the feeble lights of the customs shed, the dark, brute shape of the night express to Vienna. At the foot of the gangway, I hesitated. I was about to step from the known, the familiar, into the unknown, the foreign. The dark, wet cobbles awaited me.
Oh, only a few more steps. A few more steps.
Can I help you? An old man, bent, making his painful way down the gangway.
I see you hesitate.
There. Let me help you.
Too old to travel I am. Shall we both together step down onto this dark, strange continent?
Hey, old man, out of my way.
What?
The young, arrogant undergraduate pushes rudely past us.
Out of my way!
Hey! Bloody old Jew.
We fell, scrabbling over the wet, cold cobbles.
Shouldn't you learn some bloody manners?
It is no matter.
What a rude young man. One of these university hooligans.
Here. Oh, thank you. Oh, in a way, 9. I should be grateful. Without him, perhaps, I should never have summoned the courage to set foot on European soil again. My name is Max Greenberg.
My name is Gregory Roberts.
This is your first time abroad, eh?
Oh, I've always been under the British flag before. East Africa, India, but never on foreign soil before.
Steward.
Monsieur?
I want you to tell me which compartments 2 passengers are in.
Oh, but monsieur.
100 franc note.
Merci, monsieur.
A young Englishman, Gregory Roberts, and an ancient Viennese Jew, claiming his name is Max Greenberg. Professor Max Greenberg.
Ah, you are lucky, monsieur. They are both in cabin F of the 3rd carriage.
Good. Then put me in cabin G, next door to them.
Of course, monsieur. You will be with 2 Englishmen, Travers and Simpson.
I've left her, the old goose.
The Memsahib, you mean?
Left her. Pecked her on the cheek as she sat at the breakfast table. Left behind Claygate. Left behind those hideously crowded little commuter trains we ply up and down to London in each day.
Passes the bottle, old man.
Those hideous little offices we work in. Do you realise, Simpson, we're free. Upon the continent. Without bridle from our editors. Foreign correspondent.
I want to tell you something, Travers.
Call me Archie.
Oh, well, Archie, I read that piece you did last week. Lead story in Tuesday's Time. Hit the bottle, man.
Thanks.
Entitled The Relative Position of the Deutschmark in the Realignment of Central European Currencies.
Yes.
I marvelled, old man. Bloody marvelled. Such matchless prose. Clear, lucid rehearsal and exposition of arguments. Perfect conclusion. I felt I was in the hands of an artist. It's an honour, sir, to be on this train with you.
I've always admired your Telegraph editorial, Simpson. Straight down the wicket. Think of it. The 2 of us venturing into a country, Austria, on the verge of a civil war. Socialists, communists, Nazis, all straining to be at each other's throats. Makes a change from Claygate, eh? Foreign correspondence in a foreign land.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
This is my seat. Harold St. John. I'm going all the way through to Vienna.
Erich, when will it come? When will it arrive?
It is not due at Franz Josef Station until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Litzy. Have patience.
I cannot. Vienna is on heat. I am on heat, awaiting that train.
Quiet, fool. You must not speak in such a loud voice of such matters in the Café Heinrichshof.
Where better, you pimply old goose, Erich. Who has ever listened to whatever anyone else might say in the Café Heinrichshof when he has his own brilliant words to listen to?
That train. What? Who is aboard it must remain an absolute secret from the authorities until it arrives at Franz Josef Station in the morning. We have informed only the socialists, so that they might plan an immense demonstration in the square outside the station.
Nazis probably know.
Good. It helps us.
Erich?
Let's see.
Would you like to go to the nearest bed? I'm sure there's a cheap hotel about here somewhere. We're both young, athletic.
Let's see.
You're such a boring old Aryan pudding, Erich. A regular, pimply little German Hausfrau.
And you're a little Jewish Statsky.
At this moment, the train flashes across Europe. Do you think it has reached the German border yet?
It has probably hardly left Brussels.
We, the Professor and I, dined that evening in the restaurant car as the express lurched and strained across Belgium. Through the darkened window, I glimpsed the lights of distant cities, great blast furnaces and steel mills belching out flame, tiny country stations, their platforms covered in peasants awaiting their local train back home from market day. Across the carriage for a while, the young, unpleasant undergraduate from Cambridge. It was quite extraordinary for a person so large, strong, but for 1 second he pursed his lips, suggestively mouthed a kiss at me. I did not return his gesture. Soon after, he rose and left. There is something else I feel I should tell you. I am not entirely as I seem. In fact, this is my first mission. I am a spy.
And what are you going to do when you get to Vienna, Gregory?
Me? Oh, I work for this ball bearings company from the Midlands. Blandings Ball Bearings from Bloxwich. I sell ball bearings.
Ball bearings?
Yes. Mr. Blandings considers Central Europe to be a vital area for the future expansion of Blandings Ball Bearings. A wonderful potential sales outlet.
Wonderful potential sales outlet?
He looked it up on his map.
Vienna, Gregory, is famed for many things. It's music, it's theatre, it's conversation, psychoanalysis, but ball bearings?
Mr. Blandings is quite determined. Vienna is the place. Do you know Vienna, Professor?
Me? Yes, in a way.
You used to live there, I suppose.
I did.
Tell me about it. They say there is great unrest there.
Great unrest, yeah. You see, after the war, there were elections and things. It was decided quite democratically something should be done to help the poor, the helpless, of which there were many. The government that then existed built flats, many flats for the workers, instituted pensions, social securities, health clinics. But the great, the wealthy, the aristocracy started to object, and the army. So when the Nazis started to agitate to foment trouble among the peasants, the army used this as an excuse to intervene, suppress all political parties, left, right, center. Banished their political leaders. The aristocracy, the wealthy, lived happily once more. But then the stock markets all about the world crashed.
Yes.
All the banks in Vienna collapsed. Suddenly the aristocracy find themselves in their great palaces without heat, eating black bread off their silver plates. The bourgeoisie listen to Mozart and shiver in their threadbare dinner jackets. The military and the police jumpily patrol curfewed streets. The Nazis plot in their beer cellars. And the poor, the ordinary people of Vienna cry out for leadership to deliver them from their veil of tears.
Gosh, it sounds an exciting place to be.
Exciting? Yeah. I doubt if they will be much interested in ball bearings.
I'm determined to try, Professor. Shall we return to our compartment?
Yeah, of course.
I'm quite a novice at the spying business, actually. The Special Intelligence Service, the British Secret Service to you, MI6, picked me out in my final year at Reading University. I'd been raised in East Africa with a German nurse, so I spoke German fluently. They sent me on a 3-week course, said they couldn't afford a longer one, in communications, codes and ciphers, with some additional instructions in SIS bookkeeping practice. Very important, the account. Then sent me off post-haste to Vienna with a suitcase full of ball bearings as cover. Contact our head of station in Vienna, they instructed me. MacDonald, capital fellow, one of our best agents. He'll soon fill you in with the details of spying. So here I am.
Here we are.
Oh, my God! The suitcase with all my clothes in lay opened. Its contents spilled about the compartment. We stood ankle-deep in socks.
What has been going on here? Why is your case?
They had stolen all the details of SIS's latest accounting practices. But strangely, the secret codes and ciphers which lay beneath they had not bothered to take. Who? Who had stolen them? The professor? But I'd been with him all the time. That rude young Englishman. But why had he then so deliberately drawn attention to himself?
I'll call the guard.
No. Pardon? I think, I've decided not to report this. It's all right. I'll just pile everything back into my case.
What? I see.
Well, what do you see?
Oh, nothing. The corruption of youth. I see nothing.
He was a frail, elderly man, but as he spoke this, he seemed to shrink even more. The strength drained from his body. He sat down. All the time I cleared up the mess, changed into my pyjamas, climbed into my upper berth. He sat huddled by the window, staring out into the encroaching darkness, passing lights flickering across his white, strained, almost opaque face. As I lay in my bunk, the lights off, he spoke with what seemed great effort.
You see, Gregory, you must understand a few things. This is your first visit to Europe. Europe is not England. In England, the worst that people are by and large is stupid. There are many, many stupid English people. It is your national speciality. But here in Europe, you know what the word Europe means, its origins.
No, sir.
The bull, the cow, the great god and goddess Europa. And its female aspect, the cow, bovine, unthinking, satisfied to graze, its meadows yield its milk, offer itself to sacrifice on the battlefield each generation. But in its male aspect, the bull, utterly irrational, utterly unthinking, blood-thick fury, dark, heart-pumping hate. And we in this train are heading right into the belly of this monster.
Why are you going to Vienna, Professor?
Because I think there are certain things, duties, which people should perform, even if they are helpless, weak people.
Oh. The border. I think we've reached the German border.
Yes, German voices. Sound of jackboots crashing down corridors. I feel home already.
Frühstück wird jetzt in Speiswagen serviert. Frühstück wird jetzt in Speiswagen serviert.
What did he say?
That's me.
He said that breakfast is being served. Thank you, young man.
Quite extraordinary. What's that, old man?
I woke up during the night,
I never went to sleep.
drew back the curtain, and we were in this station. Nuremberg was the name of the place. And I saw a vision.
Vision?
These creatures, all in black. Black helmets, black jackets, black jobbers, shiny black jackboots. Must have been 16, 18 of them, marching slowly like a dream up the platform. Then as one, turning, marching, each step melting into each next, back down the platform. Must have been 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Gosh, I thought extraordinary. Do they do this every night, all through the night? Then I looked across the station, across the platforms. Must have been 7, 8 platforms. Damn me if on each one there wasn't a similar squad, immaculately marching up and down, up and down. Do you think it's some sort of hobby?
If the gentleman will excuse me.
Yeah?
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. The men you saw were each members of special elite wings of the Jugend SS.
Jugend SS?
Nuremberg, you see, is a place sacred to the folk peoples of all the Reichs. They hold rallies here. great mass rallied. Hundreds of thousands of the folk make great pilgrimages here to be won. And the territory where they step must first be made sacred, stepped by young heroes and warriors. So, for a week before the folks arrive, every inch of the ground they tread on in Nuremberg, the platforms of the station, the roads to the stadium itself, are stepped, made sacred by the young heroes of the Jugend SS.
Gosh.
You two gentlemen are traveling to Vienna?
We are.
And you work for the Times and the Telegraph?
We do.
Oh. Good, solid papers. Take a solid line on what the Fuhrer is doing in the Reich. I can supply you with some very good, influential contacts when we get to Vienna.
Oh, thank you.
Now you must excuse me. I hope to catch the last sitting for breakfast. Goodbye.
What a pleasant young man.
Archie.
Simpson.
I have a confession to make.
A confession?
Since leaving England, I have consumed 3.5 bottles of scotch. I think I'm undergoing an emotional crisis.
A message from the station master, Commissioner. The express from Ostend will arrive at platform 1 in 8 minutes.
Good. Make the signal. The mounted police are to move in on the crowds and disperse them.
Immediately, Commissioner.
Armed squads are to stay concealed in the back streets until they receive my personal signal.
The mounted police are moving in.
You thought you could fool me. Get to the station in your thousands without my noticing you. Greet your great leader as he steps off the train. Sweep him to power in the Schussbrunner Palace while I doze in my office. Look at them. Socialist animals, liberal dregs, communists. Come, what an animal mob is, eh?
Yes, Commissioner.
Into them, boys. Get into them. Look at that. Our boys riding into them straight as a knife into butter.
Look, Commissioner, over there. On the south side of the square, a group are trying to break away. Run up the steps, break into the station.
Signal the armed squad.
The armed squad?
Why else do you think I had them hidden in the back streets? Order them to open fire.
Immediately, Herr Commissioner.
I meanwhile will go down to the platform. Arrest the criminal as he steps off the train. Sympathetic members of the press have been alerted.
Yes, they and their photographers have arrived.
Good.
Franz Joseph Station, Vienna. We're here, Professor.
Yeah.
I'll help you with your bag.
Young Gregory, a word of advice. Keep away from me. In your new profession as a ball-bearing salesman, keep away from me on the platform. There might be shooting. I'll carry my bag.
Professor?
Do as I say, young man. You're not in England now.
Indeed. As he had predicted, as we climbed down onto the platform, the sound of shots were heard in the distance, mixed with a great baying, howling sound, distant screams as though some vast animal were in pain. The professor licked nervous lips, picked up his cases, started to progress along the platform as, Judas-like, I trailed him from a distance. And then came the sound of leather jackboots on pavement, the harsh tones of command.
Halt! You're Konrad Dusner, leader of a prescribed political organization.
Konrad Dusner? Who was Konrad Dusner?
Konrad Dusner!
He's Konrad Dusner.
Here in Vienna? I am not. My name is Professor Max Greenberg. I have a passport.
Search his bags. Herr Dusner, the revolution you planned has failed.
I planned no revolution.
The mob you plotted should meet you here and sweep you to power is even now being broken up by my men.
I wanted no revolution, just free and fair elections.
Oh, you admit who you are.
Herr Commissioner.
Yes?
Look what I found in his suitcase. Papers. Papers with strange signs and symbols on them.
Stood in the front row of the crowd that had gathered. I gaped open-mouthed, for there, taken from the professor's suitcase and held aloft by a triumphant police commissioner, were my SIS papers. Details of our latest accounting practices.
A spy. See? Proof of spy.
And behind the commissioner, amid the reporters scribbling and the photographers flashing their cameras, stood the young English undergraduate, Harold St. John, grinning most awfully.
The Austrian authorities got hold of all our latest accounting practices.
At least they missed our codes and ciphers.
Codes and ciphers come and go, laddie, but accounting goes on forever. Espionage, as you'll learn only too soon, runs on efficient accounting.
But why, Mr. MacDonald, did they, whoever they are, put them in Herr Dusner's case? Who is Herr Dusner?
Konrad Dusner, an old-fashioned liberal politician, a Jew, was interior minister for a while after the war, when they allowed democracy. Built a whole lot of flats and modern buildings for the working classes to live in. Exiled when the present government declared all political parties illegal.
Why has he come back?
Well, how should I know? Someone probably led him to believe if he returned he could provoke some sort of uprising.
Mr. MacDonald, could you brief me on the situation in Vienna?
Vienna?
Our interests. The chaps at SIS said you'd explain the place.
Vienna. Know where I learnt my trade, boy. Running agents up from the Hindu Kush and Nagar, through Jang and Gilgit, down into Yarkand and Qatar, and from there, all along the Great Silk Road, 5,000 miles from Tashkent and Samarkand, through mountain pass, over desert and oasis, right through into Yuguristan, the Gobi, where one met the westernmost boundaries of China. Had agents running up and down it, regular as clockwork. Knew everything that happened from the Caucasus to Bhutan and up into the Kangai and Alma-Ata.
Yes, but...
Yes, but, laddie, I am giving you advice of the utmost value.
But...
very well. I shall not tell you what I once witnessed up there, in the snowy fortresses of the Himalayas, up there upon the roof of the world. You wish to know about Vienna?
Yes.
The capital of an empire. The empire has disappeared. Now its once capital city falls backward into fratricide and corruption, the usual vices. It's much wiser to view things from a great height.
But what are Britain's actual interests here?
Britain has no interest here.
What?
Do you think London ever has time to break off from its own internecine strife and infighting to formulate a strategy for us? It is a vague formula. We're against the Germans, because they might sweep down through the Ukraine and Caucasus into Mother India. But we are more against the Russians, because they might sweep across the Channel and steal the silver respectable people in Sevenoaks and Surbiton serve their afternoon tea on. Besides, we can always do good business with Germans, while the Russians can never afford any of our goods.
Perhaps I should speak to your agents, Mr. MacDonald. They could brief me on the situation here.
What?
Your agents. You're famous in London for the 6 agents you run here. All the information they provide.
You no talk to my agents here, laddie. They are mine, all mine. You keep your hands off them.
I'm sorry, Mr. MacDonald,
2 tips I'll give you, laddie. Then you're on your own. Firstly, always watch your pension. Those criminals in London will do anything to cheat you out of it.
Oh.
Secondly, always attend the local bazaar.
Bazaar?
Where information is horse-traded, bartered. Vienna's bazaar is the Café Heinrichshof, just over the street from the stock exchange. The traders and jobbers go there when they can't get any work on the exchange. Earn a penny or two by buying and selling each other's secrets. Go down there and make your bid.
What?
The whole thing is quite respectable, above board, even if the ambience is rather bohemian, lots of artists and poets. Never bid over £10 sterling for a secret. The Germans will always pay 50, but we get their secrets a few days later at a quarter the price.
Art is 10 dead frogs in a tractor hubcap. Art is vomit from a fascist skull. A vulture defecating on every head and eating out each of our lungs like a cancer. Art is the opium of the bourgeoisie.
The Café Heinrichshof.
She came through the door, furs piled high about her slim white neck, draped over her porcelain shoulders and about her trim, elegant waist. One silver fox even trailed and looped mischievously about and between her long, striding legs. She wore nothing else.
In full bohemian roar.
But do you want another beer, Carl?
Another beer?
Do you want the meaning of life or another beer?
Another beer is the meaning of life.
Your table, sir.
Thank you.
Cafe, schnapps, beer. Tea for me, please. Tea.
Dark, exciting, hung with cigarette smoke and over-made-up young faces, all babbling 19 to the dozen. And every so often, out of the dark, would dart up to me furtive figures, faces grimacing with conspiracy, to whisper,
"You are the new English agent."
"No."
"I have full certified plans for Russian mobilization in case of war with Poland, including complete railway timetable of troop movements. £50.
£50?
I sell it to the Germans for 100. You new English agent?
I am a ball-bearing salesman.
I have full certified details of Romanian 5-year economic plan with secret trade agreement with Greece, £45. Technical details of the new Czechoslovak light battle tank, the Zbrodny, £70.
I am not an agent.
The Germans want the plan of that tank. They offer me 120, but I know you English are so poor.
I said I'm not a spy. Offhand Poles, oily Levantines, bossy Jews, mad Hungarians, all beat a path to my single table. London had never readied me for this. I felt I was meant to be a secret agent, moving secretly about my business. But everyone, the whole of Vienna, seemed to know me.
You are the new English agent.
Ball-bearing salesman.
I am Eric. I have something of great importance for you. Look at these papers.
Papers?
Drawings. Designs of German aeroplanes.
Not wave them around so that everyone might see what you're selling.
I am not like other agents. Beneath my youthful pimples, I am serious. They will merely think me a futurist artist trying to sell you his drawings. The futurist drawings and aircraft designs look identical.
Excuse me, but...
Englishman, Gregory.
How do you know my name?
This is the most serious contact I am making with you.
Let go of my wrist.
It is most vital that the people I represent make contact with your government. To show you how serious they are, I give you now this genuine, valuable plan for nothing. Let your government evaluate it. Then we can do business. I can supply even more important documents.
This is crazy.
Oh, no, Mr. Englishman. If your country were on the verge of civil war, you would not consider this crazy.
But... I'd never known anything like it. This whole system, society, seemed crazy. And then, into the midst of this pitching sea, sailed, through the door, past the tables, down to the table next to me,
Mutter! Sigmund, Karl, there you are.
Where were you at yesterday's demonstration, Litzy? To greet home Dusna.
Karl, you're looking so refreshed. And Sigmund, where's your usual angst-ridden visage?
I left it with my psychiatrist. And I put you to my lap instead, little Lexi.
Oh, what manhood! Or is it your little finger instead?
Who is that girl? What's her name?
You wish to meet her?
I just asked you, Litzy, where were you at yesterday's demonstration when the working people of Vienna were being beaten into the ground by the police, when our leader, Konrad Dusna, was arrested and thrown into prison?
Where was I, Karl?
Yes.
Elsewhere.
An assignation.
Many of us who were there got very badly beaten. Hundreds of workers are in prison as well as Herr Dusna.
Then the workers should be better organized, shouldn't they, Karl? Give up the socialist leaders like Dusna, who are chickens, and put themselves under leaders who will lead.
The socialists have arms.
Yes, but will they use them?
Who is she? A little Jewish girl. Litzy. You wish to meet her?
Me?
You are staring at her like a silly rabbit.
You know her?
What do you think of my drawings, Herr Roberts?
What's happening?
Political police, array.
What about these hands?
Give them to me, quick.
They're looking for an Englishman. Herr Roberts.
Here we are.
Sitting at his table. Herr Roberts.
Me?
Passport.
My passport.
You're looking at this man's drawings?
Oh, yes.
Let me see. Modern abstract rubbish. You will accompany me to the Central Police Station, Herr Roberts.
Now?
The van is waiting outside.
The streets, they're deserted. Why is there no lighting?
It has been necessary to impose a curfew. After the incident at the railway station this morning, there has been serious rioting in various quarters. We are reimposing order. The lights are out because the electricity workers have gone on strike to protest about the arrest of Herr Dusna. The army will have the power stations operating by morning. We are bringing Vienna to heel, Mr. Roberts, as you'll see.
The cells below Central Police Station, mile after mile crammed with newly arrested prisoners, and on every corner, at each iron gateway, a cluster of large young men in civvies, off-duty policemen. Grins of contempt on their faces, Nazi insignia about their clothes. and in one group of large, blonde young figures, I glimpsed the grinning face of Harold St. John, our Cambridge undergraduate.
Who's that? The person you have come to visit. A friend of yours. Come inside. Meet your friend.
Inside, strung from a rack, flesh twisted, fingernails torn, bone and muscle cracked and wound. He was an old man at the best, but to see such casual butchery, weights and strings attached to his genitals, a urine-soaked cloth stuffed in his mouth. But his eyes saw me. Those same eyes that had stared so intensely across the compartment as he had lectured me. Professor Greenberg, Conrad Dusner.
Take out his again. But, Commissioner, whenever we do that, he's screen and relax your machine. We have serious matters to attend to. Yes, Commissioner. Then leave us.
Slowly this human body was unwound, relaxed, dropped gratefully upon a stretcher. Even a cigarette was proffered and accepted between broken fingers and swollen lips.
To business, gentlemen. Herr Roberts, I wish you to convey a request to the British government. The British government? Herr Roberts, I think it's about time we dropped this ludicrous disguise of your pretending not to be a British agent. British agent? Gregory, the disguise is not of importance. Exactly. Herr Roberts, my government wishes for your government to publicly admit that Herr Dusner here is a British agent. What? Was he not found with documents of the British Secret Service upon him? It is true. I was found to have several such documents in the top secret accounting practices of SIS. Herr Roberts, Gregory, it is of absolutely no consequence that those documents belong to you and were removed from your case and placed in Herr Dusner's here. We wish an admission from the British government that he is your man. Yeah, I agree. Professor Greenberg, Herr Dusner, I do not understand. This man is torturing you, yet you agree to help him. The fight against him. I warned you, Gregory. When you entered this continent, you are entering the belly of the beast. In the heart of this beast, there are many contradictions, strange alliances. Will you convey my message to your government?
In my capacity as a ball-bearing salesman, I will certainly make a call upon the British ambassador and relay your propositions to him.
Thank you, Herr Roberts. I shall fetch my assistant again. He can escort Herr Dusner back to his cell. Gregory, Professor, give me that pencil in your pocket. A sheet of paper. Stuff them in my shirt. Now. Yes. Bring me your government's news in person. I will have a message for you to smuggle out.
Never before had I seen pain so open, so brutal. I had spent a summer by my dear father's bed, as a cancer hidden within slowly ate him. But this, set out like a feast before me. That I was being asked to take part in the deliberate lie did not shock me too much. After all, I had voluntarily agreed to become a spy. But that the victim colluded in his own torturous designs. Vienna. I gave MacDonald their request. He grunted, showed me the aircraft designs from the Café Heinrichshof that had been shoved under his door, put them and the request into the diplomatic bag to be evaluated back in London, showed me also a note attached to the designs. If you wish to meet Litzy, come to a certain address, a club, after midnight. Looks like an entrapment to me, laddie, said MacDonald. Just the sort a proper spy should walk right into.
It was extraordinary. So sudden. I do feel safe here with you, looking out over the city.
Virtually pitch dark.
Why is it so dark? The lights gone off.
It's a curfew all now. And the electricity workers have gone on strike. But don't worry, I know all about it. I'll write articles for both of us tomorrow.
It was so sudden. I still don't know how it happened.
I knew the second we stepped off that ferry boat in Ostend.
I mean, there we were in the bar after supper, discussing our first articles. fighting expected daily. Gunfire heard in industrial districts. We finished our drinks, caught the lift up to our floor. We're walking towards our bedroom. I mean, what exactly is the situation with your good lady in epilepsy?
Separate bedrooms, old man. Has been for years.
Same in dark to me, Clegane. Suddenly you were fire in my arms. Sweetness on my lips, passion in my loins. As though we'd been meant throughout eternity. I mean, I'm 53 years old. I suddenly discover my body to be a thing of great beauty and joy.
Could you move your leg, old man? I'm getting cramp.
Sorry. I am in love.
Excuse me.
Who's that?
Who's that? Excuse me for interrupting you. The bedroom door was unlocked.
Who is it?
Of course, you can't see me because of the power cut. Harold St. John from Cambridge. You know we met on the train.
How long have you been here before you spoke?
Oh, only a matter of seconds, I assure you.
What do you want?
Yes.
Well, you remember how on the train I said I could introduce you to some interesting people here in Vienna?
Yes?
I thought perhaps you'd like to come along to meet some Nazis I know. Very civilized evening. Coffee, biscuits, schnapps.
Well,
what do you think, Archie?
Why not, Simpson? Why not?
I'll wait outside till you get some clothes on then, gentlemen.
Vienna, after midnight. Litzy. Curfew. Roadblocks and patrols in the streets, letting me through with my British passport. How can you have a serious curfew in Vienna? Half the population too poor to own a roof over their heads. Paupers wandering the streets, begging from doorways, sheltering under alleyways. Broken windows with rags and cardboard, blocking out the winter rain and frost. Lorry loads of troops, sullen soup kitchens. You can smell the hatred, the rising, tightening coil of revolt, held down only by bayonet and rifle magazine. At last, down a back street, the club. A cellar. Broken back chairs, candles on wooden packing cases, jammed with students, warmed only with fiery political ideals. Eric led me through the press until at last, alone, on the staircase by the toilet, I came face to face with... Hello?
Hello.
You are Litzy.
I am Litzy. Apparently you wish to meet me.
Yes.
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
How are you enjoying Vienna?
Very much. Very much. It's most, unusual.
Unusual?
Yes. Not as I expected.
What did you expect?
Expect?
Me? I would like to go to America.
America?
Yes.
Excuse me.
What? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, sitting there.
What?
It's the toilet door.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see. America. You were talking about America.
In America, I would go to California, where there is always sunshine, fruit, seafood. All girls always go to California. And there I would eat only fruit and seafood, so my skin would grow clear and flawless.
It's very clear and flawless now.
And my hair loose and blonde. And one day, while I am sitting in this restaurant eating fruit and seafood, this young director would catch sight of me. He would stop his eating. His glass would wobble before his lips. He would be unable to swallow the food in his mouth. He would stir. He would take me.
Yes?
Set me before him on this film stage. Light me from different positions, all the time staring at me from strange angles, with his finger held like a film camera. Shoot me. And as he shoots me, the lights would burn, transfix, transform me. All my features melting like a river of glowing silver.
This wouldn't actually happen.
What do you mean? It happened to Marlene Dietrich?
Yes, but...
What was Marlene Dietrich but a skinny little North German dishwasher? As much passion in her concertina of bones as a tram track in Wilhelmstrasse. And now in Hollywood she runs about in ridiculous clothes that cover nothing. Shoots her eyes back and forth, and every man in the world pants after her.
Yes, but Marlene Dietrich...
You are saying I'm not Marlene Dietrich.
No, I wasn't.
You are saying I'm a short, fat, ugly little Jewish girl with hair on my lips.
I'm not saying that at all.
Look at me. Feel me.
She throws herself into my arms, a tiny bundle of fire and energy. Litzy.
See?
And then, suddenly there upon the stairs, she grabbed me in a place... a most private place, where probably only my nurse and the odd doctor or two had ever touched me before. She held on.
Excuse me.
Erich!
Eric, you were in the toilet?
Yes. If you move, I could get out.
Oh, sorry.
Now come and sit down, Gregory. We have things to discuss.
And tomorrow, Gregory, you can take me to the cinema. An American musical.
I remember Vienna in my youth. Endless tree-lined boulevards and paths and squares, officers in stiff-necked, tight-backed, comic opera uniforms, young girls full-dressed, skipping by their sides. Can you imagine the stagnation of an empire in decline? The imbecilic calm, backroom biting, silent stabs, poisoned jealousies, all waiting. The entire population of a city, a country, an empire beyond, waiting upon the snuffles and petty tantrums of a vain, foolish old man. The waste of human potential, generation after generation. It was so long awaiting freedom. And when it came, it was one brief light before nightmare darkness snatched it away. What can I, an old man, pass on in wisdom to a younger generation? What words can I write?
Wie eine Art Nabelschnur in das Herz und die Nieren des Schurz des Universums.
Günther was saying that when the Huns and Goths and Visigoths, the tribes that the present-day German folk are descended from, first swept across the Hungarian and Polish steppe into the North German plain.
I see.
Yes.
They were a fearsome, bloodthirsty peoples, butchering men, women, and children, carrying the heads of their victims about their belts, drinking their blood out of helmets.
Really?
A hunting, predatory people. Barbarians in the finest, noblest sense. They had what the Germans still call blood knowledge, an understanding, a communion in battle that led them, as Günther says, like some fierce umbilical cord into the very guts and heart, the womb of a fiery universe. Another cup of coffee, Mr. Simpson?
No thanks.
I'll have another, please.
Of course.
He's very charming, Günther, isn't he? Lovely ash blonde hair. And I do like his uniform.
Archie.
Günther is one of the youngest stormtroop leaders in the Reich, one of its finest.
I can imagine a young animal out there on some field of battle, slain all about him, his standard fluttering in the evening sun.
Archie, old chap, I think possibly you've had enough coffee.
I haven't started yet.
Günther was actually suggesting to me earlier that perhaps the two of you might like to join him one night. Him and some of his young friends, comrades, at one of their song evenings. You know, everyone in lederhosen.
Yes?
All slapping their thighs and yodeling their songs while they drink their beer. They can sometimes get quite interesting.
Archie?
But doesn't Britain realise what the hell's going on here? Can't it see the folly of its ways?
Well, is it so blinded by its pig stupid hatred of communism that it allows this appalling disease in Central Europe?
Britain is not unaware.
Unaware? At best, it ignores it.
At worst, it encourages it.
His Majesty's government wishes to maintain an even balance between the forces of Bolshevism and Nazism.
Then it is crazy.
All right, so it hates Bolshevism. But what balance is there between the world's foremost industrial power, Germany, and a backward feudal pigsty? Let's see, we are not at some propaganda meeting now. We must speak truth. Russia has endured 20 years of war, famine, sabotage, intervention, and Joseph Stalin. In a war with Germany, she would be swallowed overnight. The greatest industrial country in the world would gain access to the greatest stockpile of raw materials in the world. Your fragile, bourgeois little democracies would be gulped up in seconds by the ensuing monster.
That's as maybe.
That is common sense. Why does stupid suburban little England not realize that if ever Germany were to swallow Russia, then England would cease to exist? Because little England prefers prejudice to policy. That is why.
I am just a plain Englishman.
A Dummkopf.
Do not be so rude, Litzy.
Whether I say he is a Dummkopf or not does not alter the fact he is a Dummkopf.
I personally value the plain Englishman. I wish to speak to him. You. Here, now. Gregory, I wish to tell you quite openly, because I am desperate, that I represent many young people, fine young people, our generation's finest, who are in many sensitive, important positions within the Reich, who hate Hitler and Nazism and all it stands for, who see it as their duty to supply your country with information, extremely valuable information, concerning the German plans for rearmament, so that your government might be warned before it is too late. What has your government said about the aircraft plans we sent them?
Nothing.
Nothing.
These young men and women do not have long. Already the secret police are catching up with them. In Germany we still put traitors' necks on the block and chop off their head with a butcher's cleaver. They know their fate.
I am pressing London for reaction. I suggest if you have more information, you pass it to me, where it will at least be safe, among my ball bearings. I shall continue pressing London.
Oh, Lieberchild. My little Lieberchild.
Listen.
Give me a kiss. Tomorrow you must come to my apartment.
Yes?
And take me to the new American musical at the cinema.
I say.
What?
Isn't that English undergraduate Harold St. John just walked in?
I believe that is his name.
Yeah, it is him.
But he's the most appalling right-winger. I know for a fact he hates Jews.
All sorts gather in a club like this after dark.
This is Vienna, Gregory.
You were flirting with him quite openly.
So I liked his uniform. They have very sensitive costume designers, the Nazis. I liked what it suggested was within.
Archie.
Simpson.
You're from the Times, I'm from the Daily Telegraph. Don't I mean anything to you?
Of course.
But you accepted his invitation to this drinking party. You know what it means.
Simpson, you and I, since we arrived in Vienna, since we discovered each other, have embarked upon this expedition, this voyage of discovery. I have discovered within me this voice that speaks. And when it speaks, I've found I must follow it wherever it goes. You and I must be brave. We're in a new land. We must confront all these things, the creatures that come at us. Enjoy, experience them. Everything is new.
But the thought of you...
And you.
Doing things with them.
We're not exclusive. Our love for each other must not be exclusive. Or it's not true love. Here on the dark, frozen streets of Vienna, kiss me.
Oh, very well.
Love beside the blue, Daniel.
When you see it during the day, it's dirty brown.
Tighter. Hold me tighter.
I believe. Oh, my fingernails bleed blood across the page. I believe, after a lifetime of effort, I believe in the unassailable dignity of mankind, his inherent humanity, goodness. It is my profound conviction one cannot be a true human soul
until one has stood up in this world and dared one's freedom, snatched it from the jaws of nothingness. Freedom will then be looking about oneself cheerfully and seeing other human souls, free men, brothers, souls one might love and trust. Here, in Vienna, throughout the world, humankind must stand up, shake off its chain of nothingness, stand clad in the clothes of freedom. Now! I am a fool. An old fool who puts his faith in the person of one foolish young Englishman.
But, Mr. MacDonald, it's vital I get through to London.
London is busy.
Has it responded to Herr Dusner's request? A man's life is in the balance.
No. We can assume it's being turned down.
And what about the aircraft designs? I have a whole lot more documents here on German rearmament that I believe vitally important.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr. MacDonald?
When are you going to realise London is a bureaucracy? A crabbed, mean-minded little bureaucracy. Far more concerned with its own petty Whitehall games than anything that goes on out here in the real world.
But what about the national interest?
The national interest? There is no such thing. The national interest is a mere reflection of the power relationships inside this or that committee at this or that time. Besides, you catch me at a most sensitive time. I'm compiling my agent's reports.
He sat surrounded by messages written in cabalistical handwriting, reams of newspaper cuttings, and a large notepad on which he transcribed his coded messages for transmission.
This is top secret.
I'm sorry.
Roberts, as I warned you when you came out here, spying is a lonely business. You're on your own. Nobody cares for you. And always watch your pension.
Once again I passed down into the lower depths of the police station, past all the empty-faced prisoners and laughing guards, into the heart of the beast, the torture cell. To his face I told the professor that no recognition had come for him from the British government.
Governments? What are governments?
And he gave me a quick, fierce smile. For a second, while the guards' backs were turned, he passed me his message. Then I was being herded out.
Goodbye, Gregory. Good luck!
And his jailers once more closed upon him the dark doors between us, swallowed him from the light. I had deserted him. I stood alone in the empty, windswept Friedrichsplatz Square, grey, dark clouds over my head, all the way from the frozen wastes and tundra of Siberia, the Arctic Moscow. What was I doing here? Why had I been sent? To add a further number to some office balance sheet to illustrate the victory of one faction by another? Bureaucratic clout? Surely not. All around me, chaos. A country on the edge of civil war, and yet I had no purpose. Still the wind howled. Snow started to fall. That night, Dusner's message still in my pocket, Litzy and I went to a cinema, sank into the welcome warmth of the back row as some newsreel unreeled at the front.
Apparently they are holding him in some cell beneath Central Police Station, torturing him according to all reports.
Yes.
All his followers, all the working classes of Vienna await to hear what is to befall him, whether their leader is to be released.
It is most difficult, sitting so close to Litzy in such warmth and darkness, sensing her, smelling her scent and quick vivacity. For one moment I'm in a torture cell with flesh writhing in dark agony. The next in darkness besides flesh twisting and writhing with life and impatience.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. When is this damned Nazi propaganda going to get off the screen and American 42nd Street come on it?
Herr Dusner, this is to inform you that the military court sitting on your case has reached a verdict. You are charged with arriving in this country to try and foment revolution. Freedom! Try to foment freedom! Your plot has failed. It will please you to know we have units of the army now stationed at all strategic points within Vienna. The population so far has shown no stomach for an uprising. The court sentences you to death by hanging. You have an hour to prepare before sentence is carried out.
Look at her. Look at her, Ruby Keeler. A nice little Jewish girl just arrived in New York, discovered overnight. That could be me.
You?
Do not mock me. Me.
I wasn't.
All right. So I'm under 5 foot tall, a hairy-lipped little Jewish dwarf.
Litzy.
But in Hollywood, they can stick you in orange boxes to make you 6 feet tall. They give your face and body plastic surgeries. They dye your hair and soft focus the camera and bathe you in kind light. And you are not you.
I like the way you are.
You Anglo-Saxons are such dummkopf. You don't know your own strength. I mean, look at you all there on the screen, in the musical. Thousands of you bursting out, dancing and singing. All right, so we had a depression, starvation. But we're young, we're strong, optimistic. We can get together and overcome all troubles together by dancing and singing. Oh, the Nazis do not know what they're against. With all these stupid rallies and formation marching and ranting speeches. Do you think they can oppose that on screen? Watch. Oh, watch them go. Go, you beauties, go. Oh, Gregory, kiss me. Kiss me.
Litzy?
Oh, let me feel you. Let me feel you. There's so little time we in Central Europe have left.
She clambers atop me.
But,
Litzy, not here. Legs akimbo.
And where can we go? Now. I know. Follow me.
We fled out into the night, clambered over some railings into a park. Like the best Ginger Rogers Fred Astaire films, we made love in a bandstand under a light covering of snow.
There.
After much desperate unbuttoning and rearranging of garments, suddenly, amid the bitter cold, we are one vital, throbbing whole. Oh, I feel her tiny body cling and clamber all about me.
I feel death start to touch, knowingly handle me. The hangman ties and trusses me like a tailor fitting me for a suit, winding the rope about my neck. An old empire in death, hope in a new one arising. I have faith in a new one arising.
Do you have anything to say before sentence is carried out?
What is this extraordinary world unleashed within me? Pain, pleasure, inky black emotions, sky blue joys, living and panting inside me, from nowhere come to life. No longer another shell, but now an inner being, a centre and conviction, a sudden strength and certainty. Hallelujah! I have become myself.
From somewhere I came, to somewhere I go. I leave fragments for someone else to construct.
Litzy? Harold. Gregory. Englishman, whatever your name is.
I have something for you, Litzy.
Yes?
You're pretty left-wing, aren't you? I have noticed.
What a clever little spy you are. Go to the top of the class.
I mean, seriously, involved in the left wing.
What have you got for me?
Well, after I was arrested at the Café Heinrichshof, I was taken to police headquarters, down to the cells beneath them.
Oh, I've heard of them.
The police commissioner took me to meet Conrad Dusner.
Conrad Dusner?
Who, as you're probably aware, I'd already met under other circumstances on the train. Oh. This time I knew who he was. Herr Dusner gave me a note.
A note?
Slipped it to me. A message to the people of Vienna. Herr Dusner, a most noble man, believed himself on the verge of execution when he passed it to me.
They're going to execute him?
It's terrible, isn't it?
If that doesn't raise the socialists to fight for the workers' cause, nothing will. This note, let me see it.
It's somewhere inside my trouser pocket.
Oh, hurry!
All around my ankles. Litzy, I do love you.
I love you too, darling.
Why did you call me Harold just now?
The note, Gregory, the note.
I'll see you again, Litzy. We can do this again.
Nothing in this world is permanent, Gregory. This is what makes moments like this so important. Can't you sense the world? This old city starting to move and twist upon its foundations. The new coming in.
God, I feel like writing a really stiff editorial. The need for discipline, economy in our society.
I've never known such a time.
I can't wait to get back to London.
It's high time Britain started imitating these Germans.
Look at them. Laying all around us like beached whales. Snoring grampuses. Pink and naked. I'm so glad you made me come here, Archie. Great, wonderful, bovine creatures. Otto, Hans, Ludwig, Franz, stormtroopers, black shirts, brown shirts, and we two frail Englishmen clambering over the bodies, across their nakedness, through their embraces, like tiny mountaineers traversing the great glaciers and snow slopes and cliffs on the Alpine mountains. Look at Siegfried over there.
Mont Blanc.
What visions we beheld. When I returned to Hemel Hempstead, you to Claygate.
I've got one or two things worked out about what I'm going to do to that old bitch when I get upstairs in the bedroom at Claygate.
Sicily.
Gentlemen.
What?
Young Sfinchen. You catch us unawares.
Naked as fawns. I trust you enjoyed yourself.
Rather.
Learned much about the necessity for German-British understanding.
Absolutely.
You two gentlemen of the press deserve something. A scoop.
Scoop?
I'm taking you to the office of the police commissioner. He has a most important announcement to make.
Wonderful.
What's that?
We'd better hurry. It sounds as though news of the police commissioner's statement has leaked out prematurely. Into your clothes, gentlemen.
At last, the civil war which had threatened so long broke out. The hanging of Konrad Dusner was announced. In anger, whole sections of the city arose in revolution, and the police and army, great bovine creatures, were languidly waiting. The leaders of that revolution were not very competent, old-style socialists. From their great headquarters, they issued the orders to their branch officers and rank and file to break open their secret armories and come out fighting on the street. For the orders first to be issued, they had to be printed on the printing presses, but the army had already seized the presses, so the orders could not go out to the local commanders to open their armories, and without direct orders from their headquarters, the local commanders would not open their armories. So the revolution was still born in blood and butchery and offal. The army's great artillery, howitzers and field guns, surrounded the workers' great blocks of flats, put up with such love and hope by Konrad Dusner. A point-blank range poured round after round into them. Tenements and dwellings and houses crammed with women, children, the old. Someone, though, had managed to find printing presses amidst the chaos, and printed out copies of Konrad Dusner's final message to his people, the message I had passed to Lizzie. Amid the nightmare of flames and gunfire and carnage, past walls where rows of people had been lined up and machine-gunned, in foxholes and hovels of broken masonry, I found his words living on human lips, lighting human imaginations, passing hope from soul to soul. And somehow, amid all this pain and horror, Lizzie and I managed to meet. She passed me yet more information from her sources about German rearmament, and in alleyways, on upturned doorways, in apartments blown apart by high explosive, hit by lurid flames and gunfire, amid bodies and screams and carnage, we made love.
Go ahead.
Extraordinary, explosive, light-filled, pain-racked, joy-wild life flows in the midst of death. Appalling mystery. And afterwards we scurried away, like rats down drain pipes and up passageways. One night, though, she came beating frantically on my apartment door.
Gregory, open up!
Who's there? Who's there?
It's me, Gregory, Lizzie.
Lizzie? What is it? Come in. What's happened?
You must come with me immediately. There are things which must be done.
What things?
Come with me now.
Again we passed out into the awful city, but now, like some fearsome bear, the forces of power had embraced, surrounded entirely the last few rebels, were squeezing them inward, savaging them with great bloody claws. We travelled on hands and knees, behind walls, along sewers and drains, dodging and creeping. Everywhere the stench of corruption, death. Dead piled casually by the walls where they'd been shot. As the bear advanced, he massacred each individual he found. And all the time we travelled, I watched Lizzie ahead of me, little and agile as a cat, knowing each inch of territory. I'd never seen her like this before. In control, utterly in control. I lusted after her, saw her as more beautiful than 1,000 Marlene Dietrichs. But this was not the time. We passed through some sort of fragile front line, into the last remaining districts of freedom. Found myself at last in Litzi's tiny apartment, where 6 men, stinking of sewers, battered and shrunk from endless days of combat, waited, patient as mules, Romanian.
These foreigners are comrades, good party members. You must get them out of Austria.
Me?
They will be executed immediately if found. We cannot afford that. They have vital skills to contribute to other countries.
You mean they're spies?
Precisely.
How precisely am I meant to get them out of here?
You are an agent of the most powerful and stupid government on earth. Arrange it.
How?
Arrange passports for them.
Passports can't be arranged just like that.
Gregory, these men do not deserve to die. While some of us have stood on the sidelines here in Vienna, these men have fought like lions. Do not worry. They will not be on your hands long. There will be plenty of other places soon enough where fascism is to be fought.
Yes, but...
Do it. That is an order. Get those passports.
What about you? You could come with me. I could get you out.
No.
I could get you a passport. I could marry you. The authorities will never touch a British citizen.
No, Gregory, I'm staying in Vienna.
I love you, Litzi. I'll do anything for you. Please come.
Hello, Gregory.
What? What are you doing here?
I was in the room next door. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Harold St. John.
I know you. You're a bloody fascist.
At various times it has been necessary to appear as a fascist, certainly. Litzi here won't be leaving Vienna. She has orders to stay.
I do, yes.
Orders? Orders? You won't come even for love of me? Maybe it was the way she stood. But suddenly I sensed this incredible bond between Litzi and Harold. Or at any rate, from Litzi towards Harold. I saw my position, how I'd been used. I looked at the 6 men. Wet, stoic humanity. They seemed worth saving. The rest of you, go next door. I wish to speak to Litzi.
Very well. Trebuie să mergem alături. Veniți cu mine.
Mulțumesc.
Simteți foarte amabil.
Go on then. Say it. I betrayed you.
You betrayed me.
You, Gregory, are not just you. You are also an agent for the most powerful country on earth.
I'm not just an agent. In my short time in Vienna, I've also become flesh and blood. I love you.
I know. I liked you. I liked you a lot. Especially our long discussions about Hollywood and American films. There's the world.
What about Harold?
I love him.
Oh, Litzi.
He'll explain what's been going on. You'll both be catching the same train back to London.
That's nice.
He's so clever. So precise. Like cold steel. I envy you, Anglo-Saxons. You're so free of things.
Come with me. Escape. Even if it's only to join up with him later.
Gregory, I have been ordered to stay here. Fight for as long as I can and avoid the security forces for as long as I can. Continue passing on the information from out of Germany as long as possible.
Do you want me to return to England with these men?
There will be other ways of passing it on. England will eventually take notice. They must. I and all my friends will be long since dead, but someday England and the Americans and the Russians and all the rest of the world shall use that information to help them defeat, dispel the cancer which is growing here in Europe. They must. You must. That is the only hope that keeps us going in all this darkness. Gregory.
Litzi?
Leave us now. Take these men back to your embassy. Invent some story. Before he leaves, I wish to be alone with Harold one last time. If he wishes.
I would have put my arms around her in farewell, but already I sensed her in the embrace of death. I looked. Small, dwarfish, lifeful, withdrew. Took the men by tortuous routes to the British Embassy. Hid them in the shrubbery outside. Thought. Walked into MacDonald's office. He pored over his ciphers and codes, preparing his 6 agents' reports for transmission. The table covered with newspaper reports, newspaper editorials. I grabbed some.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
They don't exist, do they?
What? What do you mean?
Your famous 6 agents. They're pure figments of your imagination, but people you can draw payments and expenses on, pretending to pass it on to them.
How dare you?
As you said, Mr. MacDonald, good spying is a matter of good accounting. You merely take the opinions of newspaper editorials, mix them with some actual news reports, and pass them off as the opinions of high-ranking government officials. Secret agents.
Oh, sit down, laddie. Go on, sit down. Pour yourself a scotch. Pour me one, too.
Thank you.
You're young. You don't understand. For 30 years, they in London have been blocking my proper pension. I have merely been preparing my own rightful but unofficial one.
Your drink.
Thank you. What are you going to do with this information? How are you going to use your power?
It does not concern me. I myself will surely be leaving SIS. I shall not report you. Provided those 6 fictitious agents of yours suddenly become real agents. You demand from London that due to the political situation, 6 agents have to be evacuated immediately, need passports.
But they don't exist.
I have 6 men to take their place.
You're good, laddie. Very good. Take that as a professional compliment.
Thank you.
I ran real agents myself once. In the proper world, not this charnel house. Dark-eyed, slant-eyed tribesmen, Pathans, treacherous as snakes, true and courageous and faithful as Hector or Achilles or Lysander. When you got up there, up and out onto the roof of the world, so the Himalayas fell away beneath you like so much garden rockery. Then you tested human mettle, found it was not lacking. That treachery and faithfulness, cowardice and bravery are one and the same. Different faces of the same God. And on those mountains you have much God. Buzzards and eagles sweeping the blue gulf of heaven. And beyond that gulf, you're so high up you might see the first darkness of space. You might almost step out of this world, beyond, into the realm of stars and planets and heavenly bodies. I'm sorry I've not been successful in persuading London of the importance of your documents. I tried.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. I'd be grateful if you continued trying.
When do you want these passports for?
6 o'clock tomorrow evening, in time for the night express to London.
Herr Roberts.
Police Commissioner?
You're leaving Vienna. Your passport, please.
Yep.
And the passports of these 6 gentlemen who are accompanying you.
Yep.
I see you're English, gentlemen. 6 English passports and not one of them speaks English.
They're, well speakers, every one of them. See? Evans, Davis, Thomas.
These men are Romanian, Herr Roberts, Romanian communists.
The government of Britain says with these passports they're British.
We are not ready yet to doubt the word of the British government. But, Herr Roberts, this is our land, our world. We do not like outsiders, decadents, perverters of our race here. Do not come back.
Once I might have risen to his bait, but by now I'd learned. One counters such arguments with cold steel. I smiled. 6 Romanians smiled. We all filed past. A group of young stormtroopers gathered about a carriage window scowled as we passed, then returned to sadly joking with Harold St. John, who leaned out of the window wishing them a fond farewell, some with tears in their eyes. The great engine, like a dragon of the night, gathered its fire within it. Steam shrieked on steel, flange on track, as the monster started to move, lumber across the tracks, out through the suburbs, towards freedom.
London. In only 24 hours we must be back in London.
We must go on meeting. Archie, we cannot go back to before. Claygate, Hemel Hempstead. We cannot deny Vienna.
The Times editor has liked my articles on Vienna.
Well, I helped you with them.
They say there's a deputy editor features coming up back at Printing House Square.
Archie?
Simpson?
Surely you've not forgotten the tenderness, the giving, the revelation back there in Vienna. Archie?
Simpson, in 24 hours we're going to be home, in the capital of the world. And one does not wear one's heart open upon the Charing Cross Road. One is closed. In Claygates a fellow is circumspect.
You mean it's over? Everything that happened in Vienna is forgotten.
What one is in Vienna is not, I'm afraid, necessarily remembered in London.
You traitor.
I'm afraid it is.
Huh?
Confound it, young St. John, you're always appearing out of nowhere.
Our conversation, it was most private.
All I was saying was that what one is in Vienna is not necessarily forgotten in London.
What do you mean?
If one is me. And if one happens to own photographs recording precise events.
You mean?
A rather large pile of people. Stormtroopers, dead-set SS guardsmen, brown shirts, the odd Gestapo torturer or two. And at the bottom of the pile, you and Simpson. Both perfectly discernible.
Oh, my God, I knew it couldn't last.
What do you want?
Nothing. To start with. But in time, I shall want certain sensitive information. The sort the Prime Minister confides to the editors of immaculate Tory newspapers like The Times and The Telegraph. I shall want certain articles written. Certain sensitive testimonials made.
I think I need a rather large scotch. Several rather large scotches.
It seemed strange, back on the train, alone in my compartment where the Professor had once sat opposite me, staring out into the fleeing German night.
Mind if I join you?
Well, of course not. How are your Romanians? I haven't checked.
Oh, all sitting in their compartment, happy as sandboy. I wanted to speak. Explain.
Explain? You sound defensive.
Me? Not at all. What has to be done, has to be done.
The murder of a good, honest old man?
Yes. You have seen what is happening here. The monster that is arising. Democracy, debate, socialist reforms, niceness, reason will never overcome it. The working classes of Europe must learn a lesson. Socialism, social democracy will never protect them against fascism.
And the communists will.
We will fight fire with fire, steel with steel.
So you tricked Konrad Dusner into believing that if he returned to Vienna, the liberals and the socialists would be strong enough to sweep him back to power.
Agents of the party did, yes.
The party warned the socialists of his arrival at the station so they would meet him. Simultaneously, you, the party, warned the authorities so they would be able to crush the demonstration, and switched my secret documents to his suitcase so he'd be executed as a spy.
The working classes would arise clumsily in socialist resurrection inspired by the note you smuggled from prison.
And be butchered. I don't like you.
Oh, liking is neither here nor there. What is important is that the working classes, having been defeated in Vienna, everywhere else in Europe, they, their leaders, will take notice, draw their conclusions, realize that only Marxism, true Marxism, might fight fascism.
I don't like you.
Don't like me. Tell me, Mr. Holier-than-thou, what is your government, your precious British government whose shekels you take, what are they doing to stop fascism? I'll tell you. I'll tell you because I know them. Most of the chaps I was at school with are all young bloods on the stock exchange floor now, wheeling and dealing with Germany, financing her rearmament plans while millions starve on the dole in England. You wonder why your government is not interested in German rearmament. It's because they already know every detail of them.
No,
of course. What is the Conservative government but a myopic collection of local government aldermen with the perspectives and morality of the grocer's shop? Oh, they're so clever. They'll build up. They'll finance this Germanic monster to go off and destroy communism, Russia, gulp it down. But what then? Which way will the monster turn then? They haven't thought that far ahead. But you have. You, a decent, patriotic Englishman, have.
How do you know I won't betray you to the authorities when I return?
Oh, because you're decent. You have a conscience. You are the finest thing the Anglo-Saxon race can produce, a man with a conscience. In the end, you'll join us.
I won't.
All right, then you'll always cooperate. You'll have no alternative. Your conscience will always coincide with our analysis.
You. What are you planning to do in the future?
Oh, in the long term, it has always been my aim to penetrate the British Secret Service. I have all the correct right-wing, pro-German qualifications. I'll become a journalist, a foreign correspondent. Always good cover for an agent. I possess some rather good contacts in the Times and Telegraph.
London within 24 hours.
Keep quiet, will you? I'm trying to...
What will there be to live for in London? Back in London. Dresses and stockings and wigs and makeup hidden beneath sandwiches in briefcases all through the day. Only taken out, smoothed out in the bathrooms of dark, dirty clubs behind locked doors and dusty curtains. Lipstick applied. White powder puffed on so that I, an ugly late middle-aged Englishman, might emerge from the toilet and waddle primping across the dance floor, hoping to catch the eye of some jack by the bar. Snatch a few moments of beauty on the floor of some stinking flooded toilet at King's Cross or Paddington. All the time chasing the shadow, the echo of you.
Shut up, you fool.
And you know the worst thing? The worst betrayal. That I should have fallen so totally in love with you, Archie. A person without depth, nor feeling, nor humanity. A person who would copulate on platform 12 at Waterloo Station with his wife before every passenger for the 5:28 to Claygate if he thought it might destroy those photographs of us making our love.
Those photographs will destroy you. Destroy me.
I'm not going back to London. I'm not compromising. I've seen the Elysian fields. I've seen the immortals disporting themselves therein, and I cannot dwell elsewhere.
Simpson, what the hell? Help!
Oh, my God. The train ground to a halt just before Nuremberg. It did not take long. They scooped up his body, placed it in a convenient coffin, put it aboard, and the train continued through the night. As dawn arose across the flat Belgian landscape, Harold St. John still sat in my compartment, in the same seat Conrad Dusner had once taken, staring out across the landscape, talking and talking and talking.
It will be different, this new Europe, this new world. You cannot perhaps as yet imagine it. All people shall be equal. All things shall be equal. Things will fit together, add up, make one rational, aesthetic, human whole. There will be great electricity pylons going everywhere, bringing light and heat and energy into every home and hovel. Trams will run over every countryside, serving everyone. Hospitals shall be instantaneous and electric. Houses shall be built properly. Factories shall be built properly so that men might work in easy, pleasant, dignified surroundings for the common good. Everyone working for the common good as one, flawlessly, like some great, glorious machine. Wheels and cogs and pistons pumping away endlessly, effortlessly, through eternity.
You really believe this?
I've seen it. In our last year at Cambridge, we held these seminars in the old quad at King's. Very select, just a few comrades. And together we saw this new sun from Moscow rising all across the world. Just me, Kim, Guy, Anthony, a few others.
And what about Litzy?
Litzy?
You know, the girl we left behind in Vienna.
A good comrade, probably dead by now.
Dead?
It was necessary that certain comrades stayed behind until the end. It might have been me. It could have been you.
I'm not a comrade.
No, but if you had been asked, you would have stayed. Gregory, you know, I know, that our route, the party's route, is the only route that can be followed if civilization, European civilization, world civilization, is to be saved. Don't you?
A cold, brisk morning at Ostend. I stand by Simpson's coffin. I suppose I shall escort it back to his widow in Hemel Hempstead. No one else seems interested in doing so. I know what sort of England I shall be returning to. An England stuck in parochial self-interest and post-office savings greed, uninterested in either those who starve within our borders or die and suffer beyond. An England in which the most appalling changes and reverses must be wrought if ever we are to turn and do what must be done abroad. I shall, of course, resign upon my return to London. SIS will presumably feed my 6 Romanian agents back into Europe as stalwarts in the anti-Bolshevik fight. I shall go up to the Hebrides. A friend has a croft there. Dig ditches, build fences, plant crops during the day. At night, sit with my feet against the stove, smoke my pipe, think. Think very hard. Already there are mumblings from Spain. Fascism. Harold doubtless will join some right-wing paper, go out there, make the correct pro-fascist noises, join British intelligence. I shall go out there, but I shan't join his lot. I shall join with the Democrats and Socialists and Anarchists of Barcelona. I stand here upon the quay at Ostend. The ferry's gangway groans and creaks upon the cobbles. I have been into Europe, into the heart of the beast. Perhaps the next time I return here, step ashore, it shall not be down some creaking ferry's gangway, but with the crash of a landing craft's steel doors thundering down as a mighty army of liberation and hope and light storms ashore. Perhaps, God willing.
In Night Express by John Fletcher, Gregory was played by Cornelius Garrett, Litzy by Melinda Walker, and Harold by Timothy Bentinck. The Professor was Gabriel Woolf, MacDonald, John Rowe, Archie, Andrew Hilton, and Simpson, Christian Rodsker. Erich was Jonathan Taffler, the Commissioner, Michael Graham Cox, his assistant, John Hartock, Gunther, Ian Target, Carl, Richard Pierce, and Goethe, Joan Walker. Night Express was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin.
I win! I win! I told you I could beat you. I always do. But it's not fair. Your legs are longer than mine. You're 3 years older than me. No. Anyway, it's us first into the woods. We're not there yet. Come on.
And they're rotten. They wouldn't even wait for us. Me in my condition.
Encourage them. Get them exhausted. It's the only way.
And God, it's going to happen all over again. Another kid.
Everybody said we would when we came over here.
We must be mad.
Daddy, come quickly, quick!
More discoveries. What this time?
I don't know, but Nicholas isn't bringing it home.
Daddy, quickly!
You go on, love. I'll get there.
Okay.
Look, Daddy, look! You shouldn't have lifted it, Sarah. You shouldn't. Not till Daddy got here.
Ah, a rabbit. Well, no, sweetheart, it's not a rabbit. It's a leveret.
A leveret?
Baby hare.
Oh, Mummy, it's a baby hare. We found it. A leveret.
We present The Leveret by Larry McCoubrey, adapted for radio by Matthew Walters, with Sean Barrett and Sandra Clark. The Leveret.
Can we keep it, Daddy?
Well, it was probably very happy where it was.
No, it wasn't, Daddy. It was all by itself, out in the open. Come and see.
Is it, John? The baby hare?
Yeah, and guess what?
It's beautiful. Oh, it's so soft, so sweet. Hold it gently, darling. Don't hurt it.
She shouldn't have picked it up, should she, Mummy?
No, darling, not really, but I can't say I blame her.
I think the answer to a previous question, Sarah, is yes, you can keep it.
Oh, good. Great. Come on, let's take it home now.
Home?
Daddy says we can.
Great, but I've only just got here. What about the daffodils we came to see?
But we must go home now. I expect it'll be cold, Mummy. Oh, come on. Hold it carefully, Sarah. I am. What do you think I'm doing? Oh, let me take him. No, you're too little.
They really are awful kids. Look at me struggling all the way over here.
Never mind, darling. Wait till the lump arrives. We'll be outnumbered then as well. Happy? Glad you came over?
Mm-hmm.
Want to go back to London?
Never.
You don't miss civilization.
They say civilization.
We're all mad.
Completely.
Ah. You were right, Mrs. McClellan. The rain started.
Ah, that'll soon clear up. Sure, there's no strength in it.
Oh, I think I've got everything she wanted. Oh, box of chocolates. Must get a box of chocolates for the sister. Better not forget those.
I'll have a wee cup of tea for you both when you get back.
Yeah, lovely. Look, you don't mind staying on to make supper, do you? I mean, I know it's Saturday. You like to get away.
Not at all. I look after you now.
It's just she won't be too steady on her pins, you know. First day out.
She'll need a few days' rest yet, so she will. Just you leave it to me.
Yeah, well, thanks. Oh, where are those rotten kids?
Upstairs, I think, with Donald Rabbit.
Oh, have they brought him in again? Nicholas, I suppose.
Need you ask?
Honestly, one word from me.
Oh, never worry. It's just it leaves us three balls all over the house and gets tramped into the grid carpet.
I don't know. Have they been making a lot of work for you? I mean, young Nick said he would cooperate.
No, he's all right. Sure, isn't he only a wee boy? I have more trouble keeping an eye on that one out there.
Who?
Young Lynch there. The so-called gardener.
Michael? He's not working today, is he?
Oh, if you're prepared to pay him, he'll work it.
Well, he works all right, doesn't he? The rain doesn't even seem to bother him.
It's just I wouldn't like to see him taking root out there.
Ah, come on now. There's a hell of a lot of garden out there. He does a good job, considering.
Considering.
He does a good job.
Well, I suppose that's all that matters then. I keep him at it anyway.
I'm sure you do. Well, I'd better get going. Where are those kids? What the blazes... All right, what have you done this time?
It was downstairs, Daddy.
What?
It wasn't us. What's happened, Daddy?
Downstairs? It's true.
What is it? What's happened?
What was it, Mr. Graham?
Oh, look in this cupboard. How does that lot get all over the floor?
Did a shelf give way or something?
No. All okay. I mean, everything's on the floor. Bottles, tins, brushes, the lot. How?
Daddy, look. It's Fred.
Fred?
A wee rabbit couldn't have knocked that lot down.
He's a hare. Fred's a hare. Come on, Fred. You're safe with me.
Out.
But it couldn't have been Fred, Daddy.
Outside.
But it's raining. He'll catch
Now,
cold.
go on. Take him outside.
It's not fair. It wasn't Fred's fault.
I'm sorry, Mrs. McClellan. I've got to go. I'm late already. Can you...
Look, leave it to me. I'll sort it out.
It couldn't have been just Fred, Daddy. He's too little. Does he have to go outside?
Look, do you want me to go and fetch a new baby brother, or don't you?
Oh, yes, please, Daddy. Couldn't I come?
No, you can't.
Oh, Daddy.
You stay here and help Mrs. McClellan.
But I want to come.
Mummy and I have lots to talk about on the way back. It's a strictly private board meeting.
Not another one. Why couldn't it be a general meeting? With the shareholders?
Because the directors have to consider the new product. Decide how to exploit it. The way we exploit you.
Capitalists?
Utterly filthy.
Oh, well.
That's a go.
Can I feed the baby then when he arrives?
Well, I'm not sure if you're quite up to that yet. We'll see. Be good now.
I put him outside, Dad, but it's jolly well not fair.
Never mind, Nick. You can kick your baby brother when he comes. That'll cheer you up.
I think he looks a bit like my mother.
Huh? I'll drink to that.
Don't be like that. It's not his fault.
It's not her fault either, I suppose.
No. I mean, he's got her eyes.
Ah.
And you can see the nose could be the same.
Come off it. He's exactly the same as the other two were, like prunes on a plate.
Oh, stop it. You'll give him a complex.
At least we won't have your mother in twittering all over him this time.
battening down all the hatches in case he catches pneumonia.
Oh, no, I suppose not.
Definitely not. She'd wet herself with the very idea of coming over here.
Yes, it's so stupid, too. It's so lovely here.
Well, I think so.
Oh, well, it is good to be coming home. I mean, I know it's only been 5 days, but...
6.
Is it 6?
Yep.
I really have missed the place. And the kids.
Oh, yeah.
I just hate being away from it all.
Well, you won't be able to go charging about yet for a few days. Just you take it easy.
Oh, we'll manage.
No, you will not. And if you don't do as you're told, I'll set Mrs. McClellan on you.
Oh, no. Anything but that.
Anything?
That is going to take more than a few days.
Oh, yes. I seem to remember.
She's kept you all up to scratch then, has she?
Oh, Mrs. McClellan? Oh, yes, in her own inimitable way. I think she and Nicholas are having a small world war.
Well, that figures.
With Sarah doing her impression of a United Nations peacekeeping force, keeping them apart, you know.
Yes. Actually, Sarah's very good that way. She's very protective towards Nicholas.
Except when she's bashing his head in.
Well, that's only natural too, isn't it? He is a little horror at times.
The main bone of contention seems to be our Fred at the moment.
Fred? What's he been up to?
Oh, fertilizing the carpet again. Mrs. McClellan says he keeps leaving his wee balls everywhere.
She says what?
Oh, he's quite a lad, is our Fred.
Oh, she is a screw.
Yes. Yes, I think she's opening up a second front in the garden.
In the garden?
Yeah, young Michael Lynch.
Oh?
He's the wrong sort, you know.
Oh.
He digs with the wrong foot.
What?
Really, love, your education's been sadly neglected. You'll have to catch on to all these expressions.
I don't know if I want to.
If you're going to live here, you'll have to conform.
Ah, that'll be the day.
Here we are, then. And the kids assembled to greet you.
Right. Coffee.
What? Oh, thank you, darling. I must have dozed off.
Looks like settee. It's fatal. Or was it old Dr. Spock?
Oh, I was just refreshing my memory as to what babies are supposed to do. And what I'm supposed to do if they don't. Hey, come on. I'll let you sit down.
No, you keep the feet up now. Plenty of room.
Oh, good.
You must be pretty exhausted.
Slightly.
What time are you up this morning? Scrake of dawn, I suppose.
What?
The Mrs. McClellan phrase book again. I've forgotten that one, actually.
Well, I suppose it was round about 7. You know, hospitals, all starch and vacuum cleaners first thing.
You should be in bed.
I know. I just wanted to wallow a little. Oh, it's so good to be home with it all over.
It's a bit rough this time.
A bit.
I wasn't there to hold your hand or help you push.
Oh, I'm glad you weren't. I wasn't terribly brave with this one. It was better you weren't there, honestly.
I don't think Matron was too pleased at you coming out today.
No, I think she'd have liked me there until Monday.
Maybe you should have stayed in. What do they call it? Post-nasal depression.
Up your nose, too. No, I just wanted back to my own little world. My own private little paradise here.
Fade-up Hawaiian guitar?
But it is. It's perfect. I mean, the house, it's so fantastic. And the grounds, the apple orchard, the sea so close, and the fields with the greenness of everything. I'd never have believed it. We could never have afforded anything like this in England in a million years.
Oh, it's a queer old country.
But it is. Why on earth did we stay in London for so long? Thought of going back there now. All those people. I get claustrophobic just thinking about it.
That's not what you said when I first suggested coming back.
Well, but I didn't know, did I? And it was 20 years since your family left. I thought it was all bombs and explosions and people shooting each other.
Well, it is.
Yes, but there's this as well. The other side of things.
Not everybody lives in absolutely beautiful surroundings, darling. I mean, in Belfast...
Oh, yes, but not everybody lives behind a barricade. And that's the impression you get. Well, that's the impression I had.
Yes, well...
I mean, we've been here how long now? A year? Not quite.
Just over 10 months, darling, remember?
Yes. Well, in all that time, I haven't heard one explosion.
You're complaining?
No. But if it wasn't for the telly, you wouldn't know anything was going on. Could be in another country that it's all happening.
There have been a couple of nasties round and about.
But it doesn't affect me. I mean, I wouldn't know anything about it if I didn't hear it on the news. In fact, sometimes I wonder if we didn't have the damn news, would any of it happen at all?
I'm afraid it would, love. It does happen. It is happening. Just we're lucky to be out of it.
Oh, yes, I am sorry. I'm being very selfish, I know it. It does worry me when you go up to work each morning. Wondering if you're going to get caught in an explosion or something.
The army and the police have it down to a very fine art now. It's a way of life. I'd miss my morning bomb scare now.
I am selfish, aren't I? Going on about my paradise while
It
you...
was my idea to come, remember? Back to the old sword. Just so long as it doesn't turn out to be a fool's paradise we'll come back to.
It won't. Not with our new baby. New babies always bring good luck with them, my mum always says.
Oh, yes, I can hear her. But when's the next feed?
Midnight.
I'm not sure who gets the luck, mind you.
Oh, the baby alarm. Did you manage to fix...
Yes, all is prepared. The smallest whimper shall be heard.
Oh, good.
You want me to check the alarm, don't you?
Well, turn it up a little, please.
Actually, we'd probably hear him without this thing, judging by his performances at the hospital.
Oh, my God, yes. Talk about chorus master. A very demanding child, I'd say.
All quiet on the Western Front.
Good, thanks. You know, it is a shame she can't come over and see him, see the house. She'd be absolutely staggered.
If we're talking about your mother again, she was one of the main reasons I brought you here.
You're not sorry you've come back, are you? I mean, no second thoughts?
Nope.
Sure?
Very. The only thing worries me is you and the kids.
I know. You wanted us to like the place.
Well, this is my place. Whatever goes on here, I'm part of it. Didn't realise how much a part of it until I came back that time.
And there was I, thinking you were all upset by what you'd seen, by what was going on.
Well, I was.
And all the time you were trying to break it to me gently and inveigle me over.
That's the Irish coming out in me.
That's Irish, all right, coming out in me.
Well.
And you better not let Mrs. McClelland hear you admit to being Irish either.
Ooh, Mrs. McClelland's morning lectures.
I'll say. And she tells me all the right people are Ulster.
Not British?
No, not anymore. She reckons we have to declare independence and opt out of the common market.
Does she indeed? I suppose that would be the Treaty of Rome wouldn't appeal to her. How is she on decimal currency?
No, she's not too fond of that either. Oh, dear. I must go to bed.
Yes, right now, at once. I will do the midnight patrol.
Will you, darling?
I, too, have been swatting up on my Spock.
What about the 4 o'clock one?
Yes, what about the 4 o'clock one? It is times like that which convinced me we should have had a nurse in the first couple of months.
Hey, one of your Irish aunts?
That's jolly good.
Oh, no, thank you. No one's coming between me and my baby.
And what about me and your baby?
Our baby.
Just like the car, isn't it? You own the front half, I own the back half, where the petrol goes.
Oh, you're very nice.
Yeah.
You are. Oh, did you put the bottles away in the fridge?
Bed, woman.
Yes, but did you...
Yes, bed, now, come on, immediately.
If not sooner.
Exactly, come on.
You'll like our baby once you get to know him.
I have a feeling I should know him pretty well by the morning.
No, cheer up. The first 20 years, otherwise.
Don't you forget the edges round the driveway this time. Do you hear me, Michael Lynch? Michael! Michael! Do you not hear me talking to you? Michael!
Did you want something, Mrs. McClelland?
I said make sure you do round the edges this time, round the driveway.
What's that?
I said make sure. Are you trying to make a fool of me?
Who? Me, Mrs. McClelland?
If I have to come down there.
Was there something you wanted, Mrs. McClelland?
Well, there's something I wanted. You're queer and soft. You could hear me right well.
Pardon?
Less of your old lip now, you young buck. I said just make sure you do round the edges.
What? The edges round the driveway?
Yes, round the driveway. You left it a right mess last time.
Oh? I don't do edges every time.
Well, you should. Why can't you make a job of it? Or is there too much of an effort to use the shears? No engine on them, I suppose.
Pardon?
Just you get on with it.
Right you are, Mrs. McClelland. Just as soon as I've got some more petrol for the engine.
Hello, Michael. Working away? Oh, you must be baked.
Right. You're, looking cool enough.
My new bikini?
Ah, very nice.
Thank you. Oh, poor Fred's feeling the heat, I'm afraid.
Are you not afraid of him running away?
You've no telling on.
To be honest, we're secretly hoping he'll do just that. Oh, though don't tell Nicholas that.
He's a nice wee animal. Aren't you, boy? He's very tame, isn't he?
He knows when he's onto a good thing.
The lawn mown's not disturbing you, is it? I mean, the baby.
Oh, you won't disturb him. He doesn't mind what goes on. He'll sleep through an earthquake.
He's getting very big, isn't he?
Isn't he just? He's getting big and fat and enormous, aren't you, my darling? And you're as good as gold. I've never known such a sweet-tempered baby, Michael. I wish the other two had been like him.
They're back at school now, are they?
Yes, thank heavens. Well, hadn't you noticed? Peace, perfect peace. 6 weeks holiday is just too much.
They seem to enjoy themselves.
I'm glad somebody did. You look as if a big glass of something with ice in it would go down well.
Ach, no, I'll have a break shortly. I've tea with me, thanks.
Tea? On a day like this?
It's whatever you're used to.
You're your own man, aren't you, Michael?
Well...
Is this what you do all the time? Gardening?
No, I've a boat.
A boat? What do you do? Fish?
Lobsters.
Lobsters?
And crabs. I do the pots every morning.
Where'd you catch lobsters round here?
Oh, they're all over. I have the pots down there over the point.
Ah, and you check them every morning?
That's it.
But you come here most mornings. You must be an early bird.
You get used to it.
What time do you do the lobsters?
5:30, 6.
God.
Depends on the weather.
And I think I have it rough with his lordship here.
That's not so bad.
Do you sell them? Is there good money in them?
Well, they're £1 a pound in the shops. I charge 75 pence. I supply the croft down the road there.
The restaurant? Oh, that's very good. What do they charge for them then? 2 or 3 quid, I expect.
That's up to them.
Could I buy some?
How many would you want?
Well, 3, 4. It's for a dinner party that's coming up.
It'd be the end of next week, maybe.
Oh, that's all right. It's not for a couple of weeks yet. It's on 10th of September, I think it is.
They've been a bit slow this year, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh, that's great. It would be lovely. A touch of the thermidors. Is 75 pence?
Oh, aye.
Lovely. Oh, he saved your bacon, Fred. Mrs. McClelland has been suggesting we should have jugged hare.
Oh?
Offered to cook it herself, she did.
Well, I'd better go and get some more petrol then. For the lawn mower.
All right, Michael.
Cheerio then.
Your old mum's in a state of collapse, isn't she, with your rotten brother and sister? But not you. You'll give her another half hour of peace, won't you? Of course you will. Hey, come on, son. Don't you start going in. You're falling down on the job, mate. Oh, it's gone quite chilly. Fred, what's up? What have you seen then? Silly thing. Is nobody up there in the trees? God, I think there is. Hello? Hello? Who is it? Can I help you? Hello?
Did you want me, Mrs. Graham?
No, but there's somebody up in the orchard there, among the trees. Can you see?
I don't see anyone.
Oh, no, he's gone. But there was somebody. He looked as if he was wearing some kind of cape.
Huh?
He wouldn't be looking for you, would he?
For me, Mrs. Graham?
Well, you know, a friend or somebody wanting lobsters or something.
Not here, Mrs. Graham. They wouldn't come here.
Well, there was somebody. I'm sure there was. It seemed to disappear.
Well, I'll have a look.
No, I told you. 6 weeks of the kids and I get slightly round the twist. Start seeing things. The sun's gone to my head, I expect.
Huh?
Oh, and they'll be back at 3 o'clock. Oh, excuse me, Michael, while I reach for a few more moments of oblivion. I'll lie back and think about your lobsters. They'll be scrumptious, I'm sure.
Right. I'll get on with the lawn then.
Here, Mrs. Graham, you should have let me carry that tray out. You should have called me.
Not to worry. There we are. The remains of the lobsters.
I have the desserts all ready. They look lovely.
So they should. We spent long enough on them.
It was worth it. Any one of them would do them proud. You know, I think you should keep one of them for after, like, for the children.
We spent all day keeping them from the children, remember?
Oh, well, can you blame them? Their wee tongues were hanging out.
If you recall, Nicholas didn't want to eat it. He just wanted to throw it at Sarah.
Oh, well, I suppose you're right. Can you manage now? Will I not bring it in for you?
Oh, you could get rid of those bodies and put the dishes in the dishwasher.
I'll do that. I'll just get a wee bit of newspaper to wrap them. Or we'll have all the cats in the neighbourhood round playing pig in the bin.
Good. I'll just take the plates through first.
It's a major industry now.
Oh, it is.
Hey, the things they used to throw back in the sea is rubbish.
They cost a fortune now, Doctor.
And strictly speaking, they're not even prawns.
Uh-huh. Where did you get the lobsters, then?
That would be telling.
Well, I have a very good idea.
Is she doing your restaurant out of business, Jeff?
Yes. She cooks it better than we do, too.
You won't charge any less for it, though.
Well, they cost me a fortune.
Steady now, Jeff. We know just how much they do cost now.
So I was right.
No, I'm saying nothing. Have some more plonk. Dorian.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly, you can depend on nobody these days. Not that I would depend too much on him anyway.
Who are we talking about?
The dreaded lobster catcher.
Hold on now, the sweet meats have arrived.
Pudding.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, that looks terrific, Wilson.
Oh, very nice.
You've spent some time on that?
Oh, no, Vicky, just something I knock off. You know.
I think I'll have some of that and that.
Oh, so 3 puddings, I see. 3 different ones.
Indeed, old doctor friend, you have a choice.
Yes, you can take it or leave it.
Bill.
What are they? Come on, Ruth.
Yes, will they be sudden death or lingering agony?
They are, I will have you know, all utterly fantastic. Beginning with, naturally, your actual Pavlova.
Well done.
Known in Australia as boomerang.
Oh, it gets worse, doesn't it?
Or, if you prefer something light and dark, whipped and whipped again to achieve absolute perfection.
Promises,
The
promises.
taste of a desert island, the texture of a dusky maiden.
Now, that's for me.
Bill. Chocolate mousse.
I'll just have some of the build-up, love.
And the final fantastic offering?
If it's apple pie, I'll have some.
With cream, Doctor. Spiced apple pie with cream.
Well, it's very fattening. But yes, that's for me. After the ladies, of course.
Vicky, what can I tempt you to?
But I must say she does you proud, John.
She does.
Your mother would
Thank
be
you.
delighted. 3 puddings.
Sorry?
Yes, and they're all upstairs asleep, thank God.
You should be proud of them, too.
Come on, Bill.
Thank you, love.
How much did he charge you?
What?
For the lobster.
Oh, give it a rest, Jeff.
Yes, you can't talk lobsters over my chocolate mousse.
No, I can't say, Jeff. You must be confidential in such matters, mustn't you, Bill?
Oh, indeed. I mean, if I went round telling everyone what your bank balance was, well, where would I be?
What is his bank balance?
Hey,
I don't
hey.
believe him half the time. He must have more.
Well, keeping a mistress is expensive, you know.
Oh, aye, not to mention the greyhound.
And then there's the dirty weekends.
Bill.
Well, it's expensive, that's all I'm saying.
That's not very funny.
And what about the lobsters? Were they expensive?
He doesn't give up, does he?
I don't believe, Jeff. People don't come into our restaurant and ask how much we pay for what they eat.
I'm just interested to know if he got them at the right price.
Oh.
If you gave him the chance, young Michael would get his arm in.
Young Michael Lynch?
The same.
He's a nice lad.
Uh-huh.
They were very reasonable, Jeff, not to worry.
How much?
Well, if you must know, they were 50p a pound.
Oh.
Are you joking me? At this time of the season?
Would I do such a thing?
He's having you on, Jeff.
Just wouldn't surprise me he's telling the truth. Enough to be trying to help the lad.
You can't hog the lobster market, Nigel.
Well, it's only to be expected, of course. When I first opened the croft, his father did some work for me. When he bothered to turn up, that is.
You can't trust one of them, you know.
I didn't say that. I've had some very good wee girls down there on tables, prepared to do a day's work.
Well, Michael works very hard here.
He does.
He's worked hard other places. Then he disappears and leaves you flat.
Well, he can't catch lobsters all the time, or work in the garden. He must find something else for the winter.
Oh, aye, like signing on. He certainly never followed the trade.
So he likes the outdoors. He likes the freedom. What's wrong with that?
He's a nice lad. Lost his mother young, you know, then his father took a liking for the bottle. No. Young Michael's done rightly.
He keeps that cottage they have immaculate.
Yes, he does indeed. And he's been a godsend to me. I'll tend to tomato with the best of them, but greens tend to put me off, especially long grass.
Has he been working here full time?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, it's up to you, I suppose.
What does that mean?
I know what he means. And it's not true. I've watched him.
What do you mean, Ruth?
He digs with both feet.
Oh, your wee girl is learning the ways, John.
I'm not concerned with what foot he digs with. He can be a Muslim like Muhammad Ali if he wants to.
Ah, but is he a Catholic Muslim or a Protestant Muslim?
I'm only saying what my experience is. You can trust very few of them, and young Michael's a prime example.
Oh, Jeff, you can't be serious.
That's a serious business who you employ.
Well, especially the way things are at the minute. They're wrecking the country.
That's true enough.
Michael Lynch isn't.
Are you sure?
You're not suggesting he's planting lobster bombs, Jeff?
Oh, it's just too silly.
No, I would have said it was just too sad.
Oh, here we go with the philosophy now. They can bomb and burn us out of house and home, but we must understand that.
Geoffrey, please.
Well, it's true. There's this marvellous attitude that if somebody tries to blow you up, then it must be your fault. You've done something wrong to provoke them.
That's not what I said, but, well, attitudes are certainly at the bottom of it. Now admit it. If young Michael was charging you twice as much for his lobsters, but they were good Protestant lobsters, huh? And him a good Protestant too, well, he'd be one of the local characters, huh? A queer fella, but he's not. They're Catholic lobsters you're getting, so he's a rogue and a vagabond.
Oh,
well, it cuts both ways, you know. There's places in the north of Ireland, the North, Mark, you're not even considering the Republic, where a Protestant can't get a job.
And isn't that sad?
Golf now. How's your golf been going, Jeff?
What?
Well, now, it was agreed that we wouldn't talk either shop or troubles or politics for the benefit of the lady.
There's little else to talk about in this country now. They're getting away with murder, so they are, and you're supposed to sit back and take it.
Now the army are doing a good job, and the police. Bloody difficult, so it is.
The army and the police aren't being allowed to do a good job. The pussyfoots in Westminster won't let them.
I don't see what more they could do.
They could finish this in a fortnight.
I would have thought it might have taken a bit longer.
A fortnight.
With a bloodbath?
And what is it at the moment? There's nearly 1,000 people killed here now, but of course it doesn't count if it's only in ones or twos.
Well, I played 18 holes last week. Went out in 38. You know, golf? No? Well, more pudding anyway.
Oh, I suppose it's best not to think about it. Don't get involved.
Jeff, please leave it.
Across the water, they all think, oh, it's all happening in Northern Ireland. It doesn't affect us. Let them get on with it.
A lot of British soldiers have been killed here, Jeff.
They have. And does anyone give a damn? For we have exactly the same attitude here, us, around this table, members of the so-called silent majority. It's all happening in a back street in Belfast or round the border, but it doesn't affect us. Let them get on with it. Don't get involved.
Now you're not being fair, Jeff. We can all get involved in a bomb, you know.
And what are you doing to try and stop the bombs?
Well, what can I do?
Exactly.
Sex.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
Sex. It's the only answer when he's had too much of the vino.
Yes, well, carry on. I mean, feel free.
I mean, as a topic for discussion.
Yes. I mean, it's usually the first topic of discussion, isn't it?
Not in this country.
Somebody shove a pavlova in his mouth.
Yes. More, anyone?
More sex? Oh, yes, please.
Pudding, darling.
Interesting that the suggested topic stemmed from the ladies.
Oh, we've all burned our brows, haven't we, Doreen?
I haven't yet.
Actually, I'm told that a bit of the other is very difficult now, too.
You're told?
A likely story. What happened to you, love?
No, honestly. Apparently, it's nearly impossible to have a quiet snog in a car now, anywhere.
Why?
Won't stop any longer than 15 minutes and the army has you surrounded. Bomb disposal boys peering through the windows.
Did they defuse you, Bill?
Very nasty.
It wasn't me it happened to.
Of course not.
It wasn't.
Well, I was told there were all sorts of things going on over here. A war situation, you know, everyone going a bit daft on it.
Can't say I've noticed.
No, me.
I see a lot of those massage parlours have sprung up.
Yeah, in Belfast, of all places. Sin City of the Western world.
Well, they're all over the place, aren't they? London's coming down with them.
I noticed in the paper the other night, Sweden, straight from the West End, is here.
Was she any good with the extras?
What extras?
Well,
if an old practitioner could speak. No, I would say things haven't changed at all. People are always very fond of each other. They always will be. Right. You have a cigar, Geoffrey?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, if you could just pass your dishes up to me.
Thank you. That's very nice, darling.
I remember talking to a sergeant in the RIC, that's the Royal Irish Constabulary. That's before your time, Vicky.
Thank you.
Donegal man he was, and he said you can talk to an Irishman with no trouble, but you must hit him over the head first before you listen. The verse is also true, I'm afraid. You have to hit us over the head before we stop talking.
All right. I'm sorry.
I think maybe a wee brandy would go with that cigar, Jeff. And indeed, with the coffee.
Yes.
Coffee
I'd like
down
that.
here, Mrs. Graham.
I was just going to bring these dishes out.
Now you sit still and enjoy your party. Oh, you're not taking your dessert, Mr. Cranston?
Hmm? Oh,
such a shame, and it's so delicious. Would you not just take a wee bit of it?
I think Mr. Cranston is finished, actually, Mrs. McClellan. You could just take it.
Oh, that's a pity, after all the trouble you went to.
Thank you, Mrs. McClellan. That'll be fine.
Yes, I'll just take these through now.
Liqueurs, what would we all like?
My God, what was that?
It was in the kitchen.
It sounded like my dishes, and it's my best set.
Excuse us, investigations are called for.
Sounded rather genuine,
I hope there's not too much broken.
What a shame.
What is it, Mrs. Graham?
I don't know. Everything seems all right. I don't see anything, John.
No, nor can I. Everything looks fine.
The dishwasher. It was gone when I went in with the coffee.
It's not going now.
Oh, no. Oh, John, it's my best dinner service.
My God, Father, would you look at that?
It's pulverized. Is this thing switched off?
It is now.
Yeah. Well, it's one way of solving the washing up problem.
Well, all I did was to put them in for a wee rinse like you told me. It was going perfectly all right.
No, it wasn't your fault, Mrs. McClellan. The machine got bloody mad.
It wasn't even full either. There was still room for the rest.
At least we still have the rest.
But how did it happen? I mean, how could it smash everything like that?
I haven't a clue.
Catastrophe.
Yes.
Anything I can do?
Afraid not. This lot has passed on to the great dishwasher in the sky.
I made sure to put the big plates in where they're supposed to go. And the wee spinner thing that goes round there, I always check it. To see it's not catching anything, you know, like a big knife can sit up sometimes.
Yes. Just look at the knives. And the forks.
God's truth. Bent and twisted all over the place.
How the hell did it do that?
Yeah, you haven't had Yuri Geller in or anything, have you?
Come on, let's not ruin the party. It's done. It's happened. You'd better clear it out, Mrs. McClellan. Just don't let me see any of the pieces.
It's always done them so well before. But sure, you never can tell what them old machines will do next.
Come on, John. Let's have coffee.
Yeah. Don't try the dishwasher again, Mrs. McClellan. We'd better have someone out to see it.
Will the insurance cover us?
I sincerely hope so.
Ah, what have we over here, then? It's a little bunny hare.
That old rabbit's in.
Oh, that's all we need.
He's a scud, that animal. He's always around when something goes wrong. You remember the broom cupboard, Mr. Graham? The mess he made of it while Mrs. Graham was in the hospital.
Was there something nasty in the broom cupboard then?
It was nothing. He was hardly inside the dishwasher.
You washed your hair and can't do a thing with it.
Thank you, Bill.
Can I show him to the others? He's gorgeous.
He should be outside, so he should. In his wee house. Who let him out of it?
Come on, John. Coffee.
Yeah, coffee.
Here, let me lead the way. I'll introduce him as the next course.
Oh, never mind, darling. You'll get someone in on Monday to look at the dishwasher.
Next course, then. Who's for a bit of hare pie?
Oh, isn't he lovely? Where did you get him?
What happened in the kitchen?
Oh, death and destruction. Looks like one of young Michael's lobster bombs went off in the dishwasher.
Oh, no. Is everything broken?
And high to smithereens.
Oh, let me hold him, Bill.
Easy.
Is it a mess, love?
Yes.
What happened?
The dishwasher.
Oh, dear.
Yes. Seems to have gone berserk and chewed everything up.
Well, that's a bit unusual, isn't it? I mean, there's not enough water pressure for anything like that.
Well, it did it. Or something did it. Mrs. McClellan's inclined to blame Fred there.
What? This little thing?
She mightn't be far wrong.
Oh, what do you mean? He's lovely, aren't you?
Well, do you keep him in the house at all?
Well, not officially. He seems to think we should.
Well, I could take you to a man who would say you were mad to have a hair anywhere near the house.
No. Tia Maria, Vicky?
Oh, yes, please. What's wrong with having a pet hare, Doctor?
Well, it's all superstitious nonsense, of course. to do with witchcraft.
Witchcraft?
There you are, Vicky.
Thank you.
Oh, same for me,
You see,
please.
the hair figures quite largely in folklore, you see, and country people take their folklore seriously.
Ah, the little folk have been about.
Well, just like the little folk, most superstitions are based in fact.
I always knew you believed in fairies.
Oh, no. Not fairies. The wee folk. There's a difference.
Do tell.
Well, you see, years ago, when everyone was fighting everyone else, before we were all civilized, you know.
I like it, Doctor, your usual tipple.
Thank you. Well, the native farmers built themselves forts. Not the usual sort of fort with high walls to keep invaders out, though they had that too, of course. But inside, they went underground for protection. They dug tunnels and had rooms and everything, all underground. Souterrains, they're called.
Aye, they found a couple of them about the place.
Doctor, brandy for you, Jeff.
Yes, John, thanks.
They have. Well, if an invader arrived and he was too strong for them, well, he usually tried to burn them out.
So that's where it started.
But they didn't come out. So the attackers thought naturally they're all perished in the blaze. Instead, of course, they were all living underground in the souterrains.
Well, it's one way, I suppose, if the worst comes to the worst.
Well,
Thank
things
you.
did get bad for them. The wee folk, as they came to be called, the new people began to settle down. They built houses and farmed the land themselves. So the only time it was safe for them to come out of the souterrain, of course, was at night, and they wouldn't be seen. And all sorts of stories stem from that.
Fairy processions at midnight.
Indeed. And they'd raid farms and steal food, so that people started putting food out for them to keep them out of the house. More superstition.
Doesn't the changeling idea come from them too?
It does. Times got bad for them. Their numbers grew small, and to keep the race going, they would abduct young children, particularly boys, and spirit them away underground. Sometimes they would leave a dead or a sickly child in its place.
Is this true?
Yes. And it's not that long ago either that country folk would keep their sons dressed in petticoats until they were 8 or 9 years of age. To fool the wee folk.
Really? But what about the hair? What has he got to do with it?
Well, it's witchcraft. The hair's associated with it.
You know, if anyone heard this conversation, they'd say typical. The bloody Irish and their fairies again.
Shut up, I want to hear.
What do you have, Bill?
Oh, make mine a Celtic mist.
Yeah, well, you'll have to make do with a drambulie, right?
How is our Fred involved with witchcraft? That's what I want to know.
Well, I didn't say Fred was. But hares have always been recognised as familiars.
Oh, dirty enough.
You mean like a witch's black cat?
Yes. The black cat could assist in making spells, contacting spirits. The hare would do the same.
Well, Mrs. McClellan obviously prefers a black cat.
John, shush, you'll hear him.
Would anyone else like to hold Fred for a while?
Oh, ye gods. A product of the 11 plus.
Shut up and take him. He's very nice, but...
Come on, Fred, son. I bet you could tell us some hairy old tales. Oh.
Well, there can't be any witches around here. So what's wrong with having Fred around the house?
Oh, no. Who's to say there are no witches round? Aye. I don't mean Mrs. M in the kitchen. And anyway, the hare on his own is said to be capable of contacting the middle world, we would call it.
Pat, that bundle of fur and big ears there.
Well, what happens if it does contact this whatever it is? What does it do?
Well, it doesn't appear to do anything, but those who have experienced it say all sorts of things happen.
Well, like what? Come on, stop it.
Well, things like tonight. The dishwasher. Things get broken.
Is that all?
What do you mean all? It was my best dinner service, mate.
But it's how things get broken or knocked about. There's no reason for it.
They call that vandalism today, Doctor.
No, you mean poltergeist. Isn't that the word for it?
Yes, it's said that they can summon poltergeists.
And you think it's a poltergeist did our dishes in?
No, I don't think anything. I'm only telling you how some people would regard your keeping a hare in the house.
What's a poltergeist supposed to look like?
Seen one, you've seen them all, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't think you can see them. They just make things happen, move things about, break things.
But, well, that would only be at night, surely.
The witching hour when graveyard gone.
No. I think spirits can be summoned up any time of the night or day.
You're just not allowed to serve them between certain hours. Isn't that right, Jeff?
What? Oh, yes.
Oh, you mean it would be possible to see a spirit or a ghost in the afternoon, say, in bright sunlight?
Oh, yes.
Ruth, why do you ask?
No reason, just asking. Just interested.
It's all nonsense.
Well, it is all nonsense, of course, but, well, it's interesting nonsense to talk about.
People do believe it, though.
Oh, some people. If you live in the country and your livelihood depends on factors you've no influence over, like the weather.
Or the government.
Well, yes, that too, maybe, but some things you can't influence, except perhaps through willpower or prayer. Incantation. Sacrifice, even. Well, logic and common sense tend to become submerged beneath superstition.
Methinks I can detect us getting back to square one.
Well, it's all part of it.
Very dangerous ground.
I don't think I like the submerged in superstition bit.
No, I didn't think you would, Jeff. But you'd like another brandy.
I wouldn't be.
Well, I think it was very entertaining, but I can't accept that Fred has the evil eye.
No, of course he hasn't.
Of course not.
Well, I think he's having us all on. What do you think of it so far, Fred? Rubbish.
Rubbish.
What's happening? What's going on down there?
Oh, it's something breaking. It's in the living room. Oh, it's something more breaking.
I'm going down. Soon won't be anything left to break if this carries on.
Oh, God.
That was a bomb.
Even here, John. Now it's even happening here.
And them here last night, too. It's a mercy they weren't killed. He'd had another threat, I believe. That right, Mrs. Graham? Yesterday?
I don't know. He was certainly a bit edgy last night.
And could you blame him, poor soul? Imagine living with that hanging over you, not knowing the minute.
At least they're living.
Well, it's a miracle. The house was half wrecked, never mind the restaurant. £200, they say it was.
Yes.
Well, it must have been a big one, bringing all these things down off the mantelpiece, all smashed to smithereens. You'd wonder the blast could travel this far.
Oh, it was a vibration or something, John thinks.
Well, I don't know what the country's coming to. Where'll it all end?
Certainly brings it home to you when it happens on your own doorstep, to people you know.
Very lucky they were. Oh, it makes you angry, so it does. What do they think they're proving with their bombs and their bullets? Do they think they're going to take us over if they have another think coming?
I'd better see to the baby.
See, young Lynch has turned up this morning.
Has he? I hadn't noticed.
Oh, cocky as you like. Man, he's a queer neck on him, that one. After last night.
And what has last night got to do with Michael Lynch?
Isn't it obvious?
No, it is not obvious, Mrs. McClellan. I can see no connection whatsoever.
That's just it. What connections does he have? That's what I'd like to know.
The car used last night was stolen in Belfast 3 days ago. It said so in the news.
How can they tell and it blew to bits?
They could tell, Mrs. McClellan, so it had nothing to do with young Michael.
They need their contacts, don't they? People that know the area.
Michael had nothing to do with it. And what you are saying is very, very dangerous.
Oh, you're getting upset, Mrs. Graham. I'm sorry. We're all upset with what happened last night. I'm up to 100, so I am. I didn't mean to annoy you now. I'm sorry now. I'm always speaking out of turn. And that weather depresses you too, sure.
Yes.
My Ranger, if it's not one thing, it's another.
I'm sorry too, Mrs. McClellan.
We're all upset, so we are. Just you go up and see to your wee baby. He'll cheer you up. Such a good wee soul, never a squeak out of him.
No. There isn't.
Not like the other two, never stop when they come in so they don't.
No. And it looks like they'll be in. All day.
Well, you're not allowed to bring Fred in. Shh. It's raining. He was lonely outside, weren't you, Fred? Can he stay in?
Yes.
because otherwise he'd get all wet and catch cold. There you are, Fred. Now you sit there while I water my plants. And don't go and do anything or I'll be very cross. So will Mummy. Yes. What have you got there? It's a bottle of stuff for my plants. It's food for them. Michael gave it to me. Plants don't need food. Mine do. It's to make them grow. Where did you get that hammer? You shouldn't have that up here. Shut up, I'm working. Well, it's too big for you to hold properly. I'm mending my trolley. Breaking it more like. I'm mending it. Here we are, plants. Just a drop or two of this, and you'll grow big and strong. Nicholas, what are you doing? The wall's making a noise. Listen. Let's see what happens when I hit the wall. No, Nicholas! You mustn't do that! Stop it, Nicholas! Stop it! Stop it! Stop me! I'm not doing it!
Oh, my God, what happened? Oh, get out quickly, Nicholas. Come on, Nicholas, get out quickly.
What the hell got into Nicholas to behave like that? He's always been boisterous, but that's just not like him. He made a terrible mess of that wall.
He says he only hit it a couple of times.
A couple of dozen, more like. Plaster's cracked right across the room.
Oh, it's the acid that really frightened me. Michael must have been mad to give a bottle of that to Sarah.
It should never have been in a liquid fertilizer bottle. Right. Any fool knows that anything like that must be clearly labelled. It's intolerable carelessness.
Will you speak to him about it?
Speak to him. I'll give him a roasting.
You know, an odd thing is that during all that uproar, Fred was just sitting there watching with those big shining eyes of his, as if it was all a huge entertainment laid on for his benefit.
Fred? What was he doing inside?
Well, it was bucketing down outside. You can't blame the kids for taking pity on him.
I suppose not. Poor old Fred.
It couldn't have been acid in it.
It was acid. It burned right through the bloody carpet. It would have burned right through to the living room if Mrs. Graham hadn't drenched it with water.
But it says on the label...
Look, I don't give a damn about the carpet. But when I think what could have happened to the kids... God, it doesn't bear thinking about. Why the hell did you give it to them?
I gave the wee girl liquid fertilizer.
Do you want to see the carpet? Do you want to see the hole in it? God, man, they could have been disfigured for life. Blinded, even. Well? Have you nothing to say?
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham.
I should bloody hope so.
It won't happen again.
Most certainly won't. I don't know what the blazes you had acid for anyway. But get rid of it. I don't want anything like that about the place.
That'll be up to you, Mr. Graham.
What? What's all this, then?
I was stopping at the end of the month anyway.
Oh, well, that's great, isn't it? And just what is this supposed to prove?
Maybe more than enough, Mr. Graham.
Wait a minute. I think I owe you some money from last week.
Thanks. You can put it towards a new carpet.
Deedle, deedle, dumpling, my son John went to bed with his stockings on. One shoe off, one shoe on. Deedle, deedle, dumpling, my son John. No chuckles then. No smiles from Mummy, hmm? No more windy pops then. You know you're a very serious boy. Hmm? But you're good. You're very, very good. He's such a good boy, Mummy. He wouldn't go round knocking houses down, would he? No, I should think not indeed. Are you ready for beddies then? Will we go down in the cot? There. And we'll tuck him all in. All in. There. Isn't that good? Because he's such a good boy, Mummy. A very, very good boy. Never cries. Mummy doesn't know why you never cry. Mummy sometimes wishes you would. Just a little. Good night, darling.
Come on, darling. It's just been one thing on top of the other. You're bound to be all screwed up.
I know I'm being bloody stupid. I can't help it. I can't stop thinking that...
He is a beautiful baby.
I know he's a beautiful baby.
Mm-hmm.
He's fantastic, but...
But nothing. He is perfect in every respect. He can see, he can hear, and we know he can yell if he wants to.
That's just it. He doesn't. He never makes a sound.
He makes plenty. When he's nursing his milk, gurgles away there like nobody's business.
He doesn't cry.
And you're complaining.
But he should. All babies cry. And he doesn't.
You're judging him against Nicholas, which is a bit unfair.
Sarah cried too. She was hungry or needed changing.
So he's different. No two babies are the same.
He was at the hospital. He never shut up. He yelled his head off.
So he likes being at home. He's happy here. He's content.
Just so frightened. There might be something wrong with him.
There isn't, darling. Look, you've had him at the clinic.
Yes.
Yes, a full examination.
Yes.
Yeah, and I seem to remember...
Yes, but they poked things in his ears and up his nose, and it was sore.
He cried.
Only for a moment.
He cried.
That doesn't count.
It doesn't count. May the Lord preserve us from feminine logic.
Well?
Yeah. As I said, too many things on top of each other.
Yes, I suppose so. Last week was just a bit too much.
Well, it was last week. No more fatalities. And we can always put that bit of carpet in the loo. The hole should be just right.
Oh, stop. Don't remind me.
The wall did need repainting, really.
It needs rebuilding now.
No, touch of plaster will see it all right. Once we can get somebody in.
I still can't imagine what possessed him to do it.
Obvious. He never did like the column.
Would you check the alarm, darling?
When Caesar says do this...
Oh,
it is a bit pointless.
I just keep hoping.
Hoping?
That some night he will be crying.
Masochist. See? Not a sausage.
Yes.
You know, really, we should run this thing without batteries.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Oh, what is it? Can you hear him? Hey, what's the matter with him?
Stay here, I'll go up. All right. You okay, boy? Yeah.
Oh.
No, not you again. What are you doing here? Come on.
It was only Fred, the fiend that stalks the stairs.
Sorry.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. It gave me a bit of a turn, too. That damned alarm thing distorts everything.
Oh.
It was just Fred.
Take it away from me.
Darling, it's only Fred.
Take it away. Get it out of here. Get it out of the house. Oh, get rid of it. Now, for good.
Come on, Fred, my lad. You're back home, returning to the wild. Born free and all that. Now, where would you like me to let you go? In that glade of trees where we found you?
Hello there, Mr. Graham.
Hello, Michael. Out shooting?
That's right.
Any luck?
Nothing much around.
Would you be able to recognize Fred at 30 yards?
I doubt it.
Oh, that's tough on Fred.
Are you setting him free?
Yes, by popular request.
Do you think he'll be able to fend for himself?
Well, he's a big lad now. This is where we found him.
It was maybe his mother I shot up here. That was about the time you brought him home.
You know, I didn't think you'd be allowed to go popping off shotguns all around the place, with things as they are.
Oh, it's all strictly legal, Mr. Graham. Licence and all. Huh? Purely for sport, and keeping the pigeons down.
I see. Michael, I'm sorry about the words we had.
Not to worry, Mr. Graham.
It was just, well, we'd had a bit of a scare, you know.
Could I take the hare?
Do you want him?
Ah. Well, he's a nice wee thing, you know. I wouldn't like to nail him by mistake sometime.
You'd keep him at home?
No. I'll let him go further on, where he'll be out of harm's way. There's quite a few of us shoot round here.
Yeah, fine, then. Be my guest.
Thanks.
So, when do you think the garden will need attention again?
Well, there's the leaves now, I suppose.
Aye.
But you should be all right till about March.
About the beginning of March?
Ah.
Well, I'll maybe see you then.
Could happen.
Bye, Fred.
There was no need for it. No need for it at all. I can manage the house all right on my own.
I'm not exactly an invalid, Mrs. McClelland.
Well, it would do her no harm. Isn't that right, Doctor, if she stays in bed?
Well, not being hemmed in is important too, Mrs. McClelland.
I called in to see you last week myself, Doctor, and you weren't there.
Was I not, Mrs. McClelland?
No. Had to put up with one of them young fellas you have.
Ah, they're very good, so they are.
All's in their heads of sports cars and golf, if you ask me. Sure, what would they know about Doctor?
Was it the
feet doctor. Oh, giving me jip they are.
And didn't Dr.
Campbell?
Didn't Dr. Campbell fix you up?
The wee fella. Sure, he wouldn't know a bunion if you met one in the street. Said I should go to a chiropodist.
Well, I suppose, strictly speaking...
You never said me to any old specialists. I couldn't see young Campbell sitting down to pare corn.
Ah, no, perhaps not, but...
Pares a lovely corn, the doctor, so he does, Mrs.
Yes,
Graham.
I think we can manage now, Mrs. McClelland.
Call in on Tuesday morning. I'm taking practice.
Right you are, Doctor. Thank you very much. I'll just go now and get on with this wee job out here now. Tuesday morning, you say?
Well, that's right, Miss McClelland.
Well, excuse me now.
It's difficult even to suggest what we've been talking about with Mrs. McClelland around.
She's a down-to-earth soul.
It does make it all seem very silly. Pathetic, really.
Ah, no, it's not that now. The mind is a wonderful thing for fastening on things and building them up. Sometimes out of all proportion.
But things have happened, Doctor, and what you said about the hair seemed to
I
be...
said about the hair. I should have had more sense. I should have realised that Geoffrey Cranston was upset about something. Look, I only told the stories to get him off the perennial subject. I'm a stupid old man sometimes.
Well, as you say, I've certainly let it all build up.
You have, and you can let it all build down again now. Just you take one of these wee pills if you feel yourself an inch a bit, they'll relax you.
Yes. But the baby, Doctor, I must...
He's a smart and alert young man.
Yes, but I can't seem to make contact with him. Oh, it's ridiculous, I know.
You're building things up again.
But I can't. He doesn't seem to need me. There's no affection from him. I could be a machine shoving a bottle in his mouth.
How old is he now?
Nearly 4 months.
What did you think when you knew he was on the way?
What do you mean?
Well, were you pleased?
Of course I was pleased. I was delighted. We both were.
Are you sure? Be honest now.
Well, of course I'm sure. All right, it was going to be a bit awkward. I mean, it wasn't planned or anything. But I wanted him. Of course I wanted him.
Young Nicholas hasn't been the easiest, has he?
Well, no, but that's got nothing to do with it. I mean, Nicholas is Nicholas. It's just one of those things. But it doesn't mean I didn't want another baby.
No. But perhaps when you've had problems with one child, you're only too ready to see problems with the next.
Well, that is a little bit hard, Doctor. You're suggesting I don't love my baby.
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm suggesting you are prepared for problems that haven't arisen. And your reaction has been to find some. You're also expecting a bit too much from him, perhaps. A bit too early.
I think maybe I need one of your pills.
Yes. You're not an uncommon case, you know. It's happened quite frequently with other patients.
Did they keep hares in the house, too?
That's better. You say John has got rid of it?
Yes. I'm rather ashamed of that, too. I don't think I could look Fred in the face if he came back.
But it's maybe as well. If the wee hare and my story started all this nonsense, then at least the prime mover's no longer here to move anything.
It is just too ridiculous. Poor little thing. He'll probably freeze to death tonight.
In you go then, Fred. Your new home's a bit makeshift, I'm afraid. But it's only a temporary residence, you understand. Till I set you free where you'll be safe. I'm going in for my tea now. I'll bring you yours later on my way out.
Hello?
It's me. Did the doctor sort you out then?
Oh, yes, darling. He was wonderful. Did his reassuring uncle act.
Good. So?
Well, he's given me some pills, just to get me over all this.
And have you taken one yet?
Just one. I'm feeling fine right now.
Oh, that's terrific. Now, look, if you want me to, I'll be straight home.
But?
Yeah, well, with this morning and one thing and another, if I don't clear this lot tonight, I can see myself having to come in this weekend.
No, I'm all right.
Are you sure? I'll come if you like.
Honestly, it's all right. I'm all lovely and relaxed.
Are you indeed? In that case, I'll get home fast and ravish you on the rug.
Don't say things like that. Someone might be listening in.
Let them. The kids all right? Got over Fred's departure?
They're very all right. I'm surprised you can't hear them.
Well, look, I'll be home just as soon as I can, darling. Rug or no rug.
Well, try not to get blown up on the way.
I'll try. I'll give you a ring to let you know I'm setting off, all right?
Yes. Bye.
See you.
There we are now, Fred. There's your supper. Now, you mind the place till I get back, won't you, eh? Who are you? What do you want?
There's one fella won't be planting bombs for a day or two.
Shall I light up?
Go ahead.
Right! What a lovely sight. Burn the bastards out. That's the only way.
What the hell's that? Look, over there.
That's only a hare. They've liberated it from its hutch. Here, shall I bag it for supper?
Leave it, we've no time. Let's get out of here and finish the job off.
Right, on this feet. Got him? Right.
My God, what's that? Fire, a big one. Oh no, it's Michael's cottage. Thank God, they're on their way. Oh, Michael, I must see if Michael's all right. Who's that? Who's there? John? Michael? What's the matter with you? There is no one up there, you fool. Get a grip on yourself, mate. Well, Michael will be all right. He can look after himself. He's not a child. It's not this house is on fire. A fag. A fag is definitely called for. I mean, what is there to get upset about? Children are safe, aren't they? Upstairs, asleep. Oh, a pill. I'll take a pill. Where are we? Oh, damn, in the living room. Now then. No. I think maybe a large scotch. Ah, yes. Much better. Oh, the baby. Perhaps the fire is working him. Not a sound. You're going round the twist, mate. And the first sign is when you start talking to yourself. What's that? What is it? The alarm's turned down. I don't understand. There's something up there. No. John.
What is it, Ruth? I'm just about to leave.
Oh, come quickly, please.
What's the matter?
There's this noise, this terrible noise. I don't know what's going on. There's something upstairs in the baby's room.
Ruth.
I'm frightened.
Ruth, calm down. You're upset. No, there's nothing to worry about.
You don't understand. Oh, for God's sake, come quickly.
Oh, I'm on my way.
I'm coming, baby. Don't be frightened. Mummy's coming. How did you get in? You're smothering the baby. Come here, Fred. Here. Easy now. Got you. Right. And I hope it breaks your back. Who's there? Is there anyone there? I've seen you before. Who are you? Stay away from my baby. Baby. He's crying. My baby's crying. It's all right, darling. You're safe. It's all over. You're safe. There's nobody here. Only me.
Fred. Oh, poor old thing. What were you doing there? Sorry, old boy. Didn't see you till it was too late. What's that? God, it's a man. Hello? You all right? Can I help? Michael? Oh, no. Michael? God almighty. Oh, God. Who could have done this to you? Oh. Who
could do that to anyone? What for? Where's the sense in it? I don't understand any of it. I don't understand.
In The Leveret, by Larry McCoubrey, the part of John Graham was played by Sean Barrett, Ruth Graham, Sandra Clark, Sarah, Susan Sheridan, Nicholas, Bernadette Windsor, Mrs. McClelland, Elizabeth Begley, and Michael Lynch by John Hewitt. The part of Dr. Eagleson was played by P.G. Stevens, Jeff Cranston, Dennis Hawthorne, Vicky Cranston, Gertrude Russell, Bill Clegg, Desmond McAleer, and Doreen Clegg, Anne Hassan. The terrorists were played by Kevin Moore and Desmond McAleer. Radiophonic music was by Dick Mills, was adapted for radio by Matthew Walters, and directed by Robert Cooper.
George? George? Can you hear me? I want to tell you something. At night, I often lie awake thinking about you. Yes, even after all these years. Oh, God, George, how I miss you. No one ever made love like you. They wouldn't know how. But let me tell you, despite what happened, despite everything that happened between us, I've never stopped loving you. Never. Oh, the lights. No, George. Please don't turn off the lights. You know how I hate the dark. Please don't leave me alone in the dark. George! Are you here? Are you really here? George!
Dark, a drama of fear, possession, and the paranormal, by Victor Pemberton, with Honor Blackman, Bessie Love, and Nigel Anthony. Dark.
Well, don't tell me anybody's ever actually slept here. Looks more like a church.
We call it the chapel. It was my daughter's idea, on account of the high ceilings and sloping walls. What do you think of the stained glass window up there? Real creepy, huh?
Yeah, if you say so.
Mind you, I never come up here myself. Oh, no. All those stairs would be the death of me. I have bad arthritis in my knees, you know.
Really? I'm sorry.
Not that I complain. No one can ever say I'm a burden on my daughter. I just go on in my own harmless way, waiting for the time when the good Lord calls me.
Calls you? Calls you what?
It's a figure of speech, young man.
Oh, I see.
And don't bother to ask me why the window's been bricked up, because I don't know. My daughter had it done soon after... soon after my son-in-law's death.
That's a pity. It makes the room so dark with only the one window in the ceiling. Yeah, where does this lead to, behind the curtain?
Oh, that's the old ironing room.
An ironing room? In the attic?
Oh, in the old days, all this must have been the servants' quarters. It's full of junk back there, isn't it?
Yeah, seems to be. Mrs. Whitman, how long have you and your daughter lived in this house?
Oh, Virginia came here soon after she married, about 19 years ago. I didn't join them till much later.
Oh. Would that have been before or after George Preston's execution?
Oh, I hate this house. I hate all it stands for. It's cold and dark and demanding. After the trial, I begged her to sell everything and come back home with me to Vermont. She could have had it so good there, a chance to mix with her own kind. But no, she had to stick it out, to stay behind and face up to all the nasty little innuendos. Oh, people can be so cruel. Even now, after all these years, they still stare at her in the street as though she's some kind of a freak.
Well, what's wrong with that? She should take it as a compliment.
A compliment?
Well, it's a whole new scene now, Mrs. Whitman. Nobody cares anymore what you do or how you do it.
I care.
Oh, good. Hey! Is that a wind-up gramophone over there? Oh, I haven't seen one of those since I was a kid. Did it work?
Unfortunately, yes. It was here when my son-in-law bought the house. He was very attached to it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh, there's a record on the turntable. Doesn't anybody ever dust this thing? See me dance the polka. Oh, great. What if I play it?
I'd sooner you didn't.
You know, I've never been able to understand why people get rid of old possessions.
I know why you're here, young man.
I mean, if somebody left me a work of art like this, I'd treasure it for the rest of my life.
Did you hear what I said, Mr. Elliot? I know why Virginia brought you here.
Fantastic.
It won't do any good, you know. She's not well. She hasn't been well for a long time, poor child. She suffered so much all these years. Oh, for God's sake.
Hey, I was enjoying that.
Mr. Elliot, did you know that my daughter could die at any moment?
I beg your pardon?
The doctors say that if she doesn't take things easy, she has a heart condition that could, well, do her a lot of harm. I just thank God she's got enough money to take good care of her health. Not my money, you understand. Oh, no. You see, when her father died, he left everything to her. He did so love his darling little daughter. To be precise, he loved her to the tune of $500,000 in a New York bank.
Really?
Have you ever been to the United States, Mr. Elliot?
No. As a matter of fact, I haven't.
You should go sometime. America's a land of opportunity, you know.
Yeah, so I've been told.
So sorry I'm late. There's an awful lot of traffic and it's beginning to snow. It's Mr. Elliot, isn't it? Mr. Simon Elliot?
Hello, Mrs. Preston.
You look much younger than your picture in the magazine.
Much younger.
Mother, I'm sure Mr. Elliot would like a cup of tea. Would you be a dear?
Oh, why not? That's about all mothers are good for, I suppose.
Thank you, darling. Oh, there are some ginger cookies in the kitchen.
I know there are. I made them.
You mustn't pay too much attention to Mother. She's got...
suffers with arthritis in the knees.
Oh, don't you worry. She'll outlive the lot of us. Well, me anyway. They make 'em tough in Vermont, you know. I must admit I feel a little awkward. It was good of you to come. I don't know why, but I didn't think you would.
Is that why you weren't here to meet me?
I guess you could say I was a little nervous.
With me?
Naturally.
Well, why naturally?
Come now, it's not every day I go around inviting people like you to call on me.
People like me?
How old are you, Simon?
Well, you read the article in the colour supplement.
Yes, but it was a little flip, a little in awe of you, I thought. How much of it was true?
Oh, about 60%.
What about the other 40%?
I have a vivid imagination.
You may need it if you're going to help me.
Who said I was going to help you, Mrs. Preston?
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't offer you a cigarette or anything. You see, I don't smoke.
Neither do I.
Good boy, Simon. You'll live to be 100. Would you like to take some time to look over the room?
No, thanks.
No?
I don't need to look over the room, Mrs. Preston. I'd just like to ask you a few questions, that's all. Could we sit down, please, here at the table?
Why not? Sorry, there's so much dust everywhere. We haven't been up here since... well, not in a long time. Okay. So what do you want to know?
Mrs. Preston, why did you write to me? You do know I'm not a professional medium.
I don't want a professional medium. I'm not interested in all that crap about poltergeists and ectoplasm and paranormal phenomena. All I need is someone I can talk to. Someone who's just as much an innocent victim of the things he can't understand as myself. My mother thinks I'm crazy. Absolutely crazy. She's convinced I've just dreamed up the whole thing.
And have you?
That's up to you to find out.
Well, it would help if you could tell me when it all first started.
It was about 2 years ago. I was sleeping downstairs, the room below this.
And you heard something?
No, not a thing. It was just a feeling, a sudden urge to get out of bed and come up here to the chapel. God knows why. I hadn't dared come through that door since the night it happened.
So, you got out of bed and came up here to this room?
Mm-hmm. I turned on the light and for a moment just stood here, staring at the room. Everything was exactly as it had been all those years ago. But none of it made any sense. As though I'd never even seen the room before. I sat down on the edge of the bed. It was so quiet outside, I couldn't even hear the traffic on the other side of the park. Suddenly, a feeling of deep depression came over me. I began to cry, to talk out loud. It was as though there was someone else in the room, sitting right there beside me. I found myself shouting out questions, but there was no one there to answer me. And yet, all the time, I knew I could hear George's voice, loud and clear. Then I had an uncontrollable urge to sleep in this room. I can't explain why, only that I had to do it. So I got some sheets and blankets and made up the bed. I went to the door, locked it, turned off the lights, and settled down for the night. When I woke up the next morning, the top sheet and blankets had been stripped off the bed and folded neatly over my feet. Since then, I haven't been able to resist coming up to this room night after night.
Yes. Where did you first meet your husband?
Curiously enough, it was a day rather like today. It was in a snowstorm in New York City. We were both coming out of Grand Central Terminal at the same time, when George suddenly slipped in the snow and quite literally fell at my feet.
He worked in a government office or something, didn't he?
Yes, in those days he was visiting the United States with a British trade delegation. We married about a year after that, and I came with George to England to live with him in this house.
And was it a happy marriage?
For most of the time, yes.
Most of the time?
Well, we had our disagreements just like anybody else.
Did you share your husband's interest in religion?
That's an odd question.
Well, the crucifix on the wall over there, the stained glass window in the ceiling.
He wasn't a religious maniac, but he loved reading from the Bible. He could recite by memory practically anything from it.
Tell me, why did you have the window bricked up like that? Mrs. Preston?
I couldn't bear the way people used to gather in the street below, that's why. Just gaping up at that window all day.
But we're 3 floors up. Surely nobody could see very much. Mrs. Preston, did you and your husband ever make love in this room?
That's not the kind of question I care to answer, young man.
Oh, okay, well then there's not much point in my being here.
Yes, we made love here. Why shouldn't we? George was my husband, you know.
But he wasn't the only man you slept with in this room, wasn't he?
Boy, you have done your homework, haven't you? Now I know why you took so long to answer my letter.
And when was the first time your husband found out about you and Jonathan Curtis? Was it on the night he murdered him, here, in this room?
He didn't have to find out about anything, because I told him. And I'm glad I told him, because I wanted him to know.
Because you weren't in love with him anymore?
It may interest you to know, but the only time I knew I really loved George Preston was on the day they hanged him for murder.
I've made the tea. It's downstairs in the sitting room.
Thank you, Mother. We'll be down in a moment.
Oh, just a minute, please. Before you go, Mrs. Whitman, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
What about?
My mother knows nothing about it. Nothing at all.
Oh, Mrs. Whitman, whereabouts in the house do you sleep?
On the floor below this, next to Virginia's room. Why?
You sleep well?
Sleep? Why, I practically live on Valium. What do you expect in this damned English climate?
Have you ever heard sounds coming from this room in the middle of the night?
Why should I hear sounds when there's nobody living up here?
You've never heard anyone moving about?
If I did, I'd be out of this house before you could say J. Edgar Hoover.
I told you. Nobody but myself knows anything about what's been going on in this room.
Now, that's not quite true, my dear, is it? As a matter of fact, I did once hear a rather curious song coming from this room in the middle of the night. It was the old phonograph over there. That same monotonous tune, just like it always used to be. Of course, I knew I wasn't alone in the house at the time. I presume my daughter was up here in the chapel again. She does so love that old record.
Mother, do stop this.
Oh, my poor baby. What hell it's been for you all these years. But you can't bring back the past, Virginia. None of us can.
Oh,
now, don't turn away from me, honey. Mother loves you. You know I do.
Oh, yes, thanks for your help, Mrs. Whitman. Now, would you mind waiting downstairs, please?
Oh, yes, of course. You know, I like you, young man. I just know you're going to help my poor baby. And by the way, Mr. Elliot, do you like white rum by any chance?
Oh, God.
White rum?
I always keep a spare bottle in my room downstairs. Maybe you'd care to take a glass with me sometime?
No, thanks. I don't drink.
Oh, what a pity. It's a taste you could easily acquire.
If you believe her, you'll believe anything.
Now, what's so special about an old dance tune?
When I was a little girl, this used to be my favorite party piece. My mother hated it, but not Papa. I used to dance to him all the time. Look at me, Papa. I'm dancing for you. I promise you I'm not as crazy as you may think. That silly tune just brings back so many happy memories, that's all.
Oh, it seems fairly crazy to go around playing a gramophone in the middle of the night.
Look, I swear to you I've never once played that phonograph. Not since the day my husband was taken from this house.
Mrs. Preston, do you believe in the supernatural?
Well, of course I do.
Why?
If there's a natural, why shouldn't there be a supernatural?
But what is it you've actually seen or heard or experienced that proves to you the existence of life after death?
Do you have to see something to know it's there?
Well, how do you know something is here, Mrs. Preston? Why do you come up to this room night after night?
I told you I can't explain it. It's just a feeling, that's all.
You sure it's not a guilt complex?
And just what do you mean by that?
Oh, well, you know the sort of thing. Husband hanged for the murder of his wife's lover, returns to take his revenge at the scene of the crime. Come to think of it, it's quite a jokey idea.
I can see we're wasting each other's time.
He's dead, Mrs. Preston. Your husband is dead, and you haven't given me one shred of evidence to prove that his spirit is inhabiting this room.
Well, what do you want me to do? Take a movie of it or something? What about the night I slept up here alone?
But the bedclothes folded neatly across your ankles. You call that proof?
There were other things. Objects.
Objects?
Scattered all over the floor. Things I've never seen before in my life. Bits of stale bread. Half-burnt candles. An old shoe. And lumps of hard clay. Then there was George's own razor. His own open razor. That suddenly turned up from nowhere. Even the police hadn't been able to find that. Then what about the diary? That's right, George's diary. One night I came up here. I found it lying on the small table at the side of the bed where he always used to keep it. And yet I distinctly remember burning that diary myself. You call that imagination?
Well, then where are these things now?
Well, that's just it. They disappeared.
Oh, Mrs. Preston, have you any idea how many people wrote to me after that article appeared in the Sunday Colour Supplement? All kinds of people, trying desperately to cling on to the past, to someone or something they can't have anymore. But what none of them can understand is, I can't help them. Nobody can. When somebody you love dies, there's nothing you can do but accept it. Death is final, Mrs. Preston. It's the closing of a door, the end, over, kaput. We don't have the right to cling on to those who belong to the past.
Simon, I'm not trying to cling on to the past. What I've experienced in this room is fact. Fact, not hallucination.
Hallucination? You sure that's all?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you know what they say. Sex can be the root cause of many a frustration.
It may interest you to know that sex has played absolutely no part in my life since my husband died.
What about when he was alive?
Well, for God's sakes, I was married to him.
Then why did you sleep around with guys nearly half your age?
You know, young man, if you're not careful, you'll find me asking you one or two questions about your sex life.
Well, you could ask, but I don't guarantee you'd like the answers.
Why not? What have you got to hide? Oh, come on now, Simon. You don't have to be shy with me. I know how you kids like to get your hands on anything that's going. What is it? An affair with some cute little schoolgirl?
I make it a rule never to discuss my private life.
Or maybe you prefer older women. Oh, golly, don't tell me you don't like girls at all.
You never can tell.
I see.
Mrs. Preston, why did you kill your husband?
What? What did you say?
You know the first thing I did when I received your letter? I went through every newspaper report about your husband's trial that I could find. And do you know, it's odd. I couldn't find one single photograph of your husband anywhere.
There's nothing odd about that. George just never had any photographs taken of himself, not since he was a small child.
Yeah, well, it was quite a read. And tell me, why couldn't you bring yourself to say anything in defense of the man you yourself were sending to the gallows?
That's not true.
You wanted him dead, didn't you?
No.
You wanted him dead because he was no good to you alive.
How many times do I have to tell you? I love George.
Because the one thing your money could never buy from George Preston was his love.
No. I never wanted George to die. I hated that boy. I tell you, I hated him.
Why lie to yourself, Mrs. Preston? You can lie to me or to anyone else in the world, but not to yourself. Now tell me the truth. What are you really afraid of in this room?
He's going to kill me. George killed that boy, and now he's going to kill me. Oh, God, why can't anyone believe what I say?
I believe you, Mrs. Preston.
What? What did you say?
I said, I believe you. You see, from the first moment I came into this room, I knew George Preston was waiting for me. Did you have to do that?
I don't like that record. I never did. There's nothing I hate worse than forced humor.
And my old gran had a record like that. She always played it to me when I went to see her on Sunday mornings. Same old thing, week after week. It seemed ridiculous sitting there laughing at absolutely nothing. That's what I did. So did she. Tears used to run down her cheeks. As she lived on her own, you see. Wasn't much else for her to laugh at.
Simon, are you sure this is a good idea?
What?
You're moving into the chapel like this. After what you said about George, I don't have the right to put your life at risk.
Who said there was any risk?
Isn't there?
Who knows?
You're a strange boy. When I first met you yesterday, you made me feel somehow cheap.
Well, you're an attractive woman, Mrs. Preston. You don't need me to tell you that.
Oh, but I do. I need to be told all the time. That was the trouble with George. He always took me for granted. You know something? Basically, you're quite vain.
What makes you say that?
Oh, I don't know. The way you keep combing your hair like that.
I'm sorry?
Simon, is it true what you said about yourself yesterday afternoon?
Is what true?
About being, well, you know, about not liking girls and all that.
That's not what I said.
It's what you implied.
Oh, look, if it worries you...
Oh, no, not at all.
But then, if you don't mind, I'd like to get on with some work. Will you help me move some furniture, please?
Move the furniture? Whatever for?
An experiment. Just the two of us, that's all.
An experiment? Do you mean a séance?
Look, I've told you, Mrs. Preston. I'm not a medium. And let me explain. Whenever you come into this room, into any room, you have a set image in your mind as to how it all looks, right?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Well, I want to try and change that image. I want to try and provoke a contact with whatever it is we're trying to make contact with, but I can't do it on my own.
Why not?
Because you're the direct link, Mrs. Preston, not me. Now, let's have the table a bit more to the left, please.
Like this?
No, not too far. Just a few inches this way. Yeah. No, that's it.
Tell me, when are we going to try this experiment? Now?
No, not until sometime this evening. We've got too much work to do first. Now, here, take this piece of chalk and make a circle around the leg of every piece of furniture in the room.
What for?
Because from now on, if there's any psychic activity in this room at all, we're going to know about it.
You mean like this?
Yeah, that'll do fine.
I must say, I feel weird doing all this. You know, I was just thinking, there must be a hell of a lot of people in this world who think they're psychic. People like me. Have you ever been to Atlantic City?
Where?
Atlantic City. It's on the east coast of the United States. I remember once when I was a kid at boarding school, they took us on a day's picnic there. It's a great, big, brash, adorable seaside resort. It was so vulgar, and I loved it. Anyway, I had this girlfriend, see, a Jewish kid named Sadie. Well, Sadie and I decided we wanted our fortunes told, so we went to see this old bird named Madame Serena, who spent most of the day just staring out to the sea from this broken-down shack on the promenade. Sadie went in first, but within 2 or 3 minutes she was out again, insisting that the old bird was nothing but a fake, and how deeply offended she was that she'd been robbed of her nickel piece. Poor Sadie. Even so, I was still curious enough to want to sample the experience for myself, so into the shack I went. There was the smell of stale beer and salt beef on rye bread. It was dark except for a thin shaft of light coming through the roof. Madame Serena was sitting at the small table waiting for me. I can see her now. Her face was heavily lined like an old Greek peasant woman, and she was wearing an enormous moth-eaten black shawl. I parted with my hard-earned nickel and was told to sit down in the chair facing her. She asked to see the palm of my right hand, and for a moment didn't say a single word. She just sat there, holding on to my hand, staring down at it. Eventually she did speak. She said I wouldn't live long because I had an interrupted lifeline or something like that. But then, suddenly, her eyes flicked up at me, and I could see my own face reflected in them. They were large, dark, sad eyes, but so alive. And then she started to speak, not in her own voice, younger, more like a child. She asked if I knew Edward, because Edward had a message for me. I said I didn't know anyone by that name, that there must be some mistake, and would she please stop squeezing my hand because she was hurting it. But the old bird with a child's voice insisted, Edward loves you, Ginia. He's always loved you, and he'll always be around to protect you. My heart started to beat faster and faster. You see, Ginia was the name my own father used to call me when I was little. Slowly, my reflection disappeared from her eyes, and in its place I could see someone else. It was a man. I could see him quite clearly. A long, thin face, graying mustache, and slicked down hair. He was smiling at me. his hands reaching out as though begging me to go to him. I don't know why, but I started to cry. Papa was dead, but it was him I could see. Edward. That was my father's name. He must have come to me because I wanted him there. I must have wanted him real badly. Or else why would he have come? Simon? Simon? What are you doing there?
I'm trying to work out what your husband looked like.
But how can you draw a picture of someone you've never even seen? Jonathan was always drawing pictures in this room. Pictures of me.
Where did you first meet?
He worked in the same office as my husband. George thought the boy had a brilliant mind. Personally, I thought Jonathan Curtis was full of crap. Up to here with political ideology.
Oh, really? In what way?
That boy resented every brass nickel I had. Okay, so I inherited a few bucks. But what was I supposed to do about it? Fly in a helicopter and drop dollar bills on the poor and needy of the world?
But you slept with him quite regularly after that.
I must have been out of my mind. I should have known he was only using me as a way to get his own back on all the things he hated most.
Simon! Stay where you are. Don't move.
What is it? What's happened?
It's the water jug. It must have fallen off the table at the side of the bed.
But how could it? There was no one over there. My God! Look at this chair. It's moved. It's moved outside the chalk marks. What is it? Simon! Simon, what is it? What's wrong?
I'm all right. Just leave me alone.
But look at you. You're shivering from head to foot. You're ill.
You're the one who's sick, Virginia. Not me.
What? What did you say? Simon? Simon, let go of my hand.
Sorry to barge in, but there's someone downstairs brought you a very weird-looking machine. It looks like a tape recorder.
Simon, wait!
Well, I thought Englishmen were supposed to have perfect manners. But I was right, wasn't I? That boy is like Jonathan.
Mother, I told you to keep out of this.
The past is over, Virginia. Why can't you leave the dead alone?
Because I need George. To me, he's as much a part of the present as we are now.
Then why try to get rid of him?
If I don't get rid of him, he's going to kill me.
No, Virginia, the dead are dead, but you're alive. Oh, honey, now, don't you remember when you were a little girl, how you were afraid of the dark and used to scream out in the middle of the night? Well, I never let anyone harm you then, did I, my baby?
No, Mama.
No, of course I didn't. And I'm not going to let anyone harm you now. I promise you. Believe me, Mama knows best. What?
Mother? What is it? What are you looking at?
That sketch of George on the wall over there. Where did it come from?
It's one of Simon's. He drew it himself.
But how could he know? How could he possibly know? What's uncanny? It's quite unlike anything I've ever seen. It's the eyes. It's got something to do with the eyes. They're so real. They're so alive.
He'll never forgive me. He'll never let me go.
Oh, what was that? It sounded like a window slamming. Oh, what's that? Am I crazy or something? I can hear voices. I can hear people talking. Virginia, can't you hear it, Virginia? Oh, it stopped. Yes. Oh, thank God it stopped.
No, Mother. It's not stopped. It's just beginning. Well, are we allowed to talk?
If you want to, why not?
With that tape recorder listening to everything we say, I'm terrified even to open my mouth.
Well, I've told you. There's nothing to be nervous of. This is merely an experiment in paranormal contact.
Do you think it'll work?
I've no idea.
What happens if you really do make contact with George?
Well, if I do, then we'll talk to him.
Talk to him? Just like that?
Well, Mrs. Preston, I'm not a medium. This is not a séance. My only objective is to try and create an atmosphere which will prompt either a manifestation or, at the very least, a communication with whatever psychic force is trapped within these walls.
Is that how you received that picture of George over there, by psychic communication?
Well, something like that.
You know, you really are the most extraordinary person I ever met.
Really?
No, I mean it. Basically, you're just an ordinary working-class boy, and yet you possess gifts that are well beyond the normal range of human understanding. Why, Simon, why you? When did you first know?
Well, my first experience was when I was out walking the dog.
Walking the dog?
Yeah, I was 7 years old at the time, living with my granddad in this tiny farm labourer's cottage in Norfolk. Oh, it's beautiful. We were surrounded by miles and miles of rich agricultural land, just wind and sky. I had this dog, a white Labrador named Bouncer. Well, he was about the only real friend I had in those days. Every morning before breakfast, Bouncer and I used to take our run down to the woods at the far end of the field. I can see it now. It was late summer, and the corn was towering above me, just waiting to be cut. Well, when we were about halfway across the field, Bouncer suddenly got the sniff of something and tailed off after it. Well, I thought it might have been a fox or something, because the local hunt had been charging in and out of those woods just the day before. But it wasn't a hunt. For a few moments, I just stood there. I was all alone in the middle of a vast field that stretched for as far as the eye could see. All around me were corn husks rustling in the wind. Well, suddenly, I don't know why, I turned to look back over my shoulder. Someone was calling my name. At least I thought they were, but the funny thing is, I couldn't actually hear a voice. Well, I started to walk back home, but although I had no reason to do so, I gradually felt the urge to stop. My foot, it touched something. Something lying quite still in between the rows of corn. Something quite small and helpless. No bigger than my own hand. It was a rabbit, a baby rabbit. Well, at first I thought it was dead, but when I bent down to touch it, its tiny body quivered in my hand. Its head was twice its normal size. And its eyes, well, they were bulging out of their sockets. Yes, it was a mix, all right. Myxomatosis. That marvellous invention the scientists came up with to rid us of our wild rabbit population. Pests, they call them. Vermin. But as I looked down at that small, half-crazed bundle at my feet, I couldn't help wondering which of us was the vermin. Well, I got up and started to walk away, but again I felt the urge to remain quite still. Somehow I just couldn't bring myself to leave that creature lying there to die slowly, in agony. I had to do something to put it out of its misery. But no, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't. I'd never killed anything in my whole life. But then I heard my name being called again. I looked around, but there was no one there. The rabbit slowly raised its head. It seemed to be watching me. I turned away. It was then that I noticed something else lying on the ground nearby. A stone. A large, heavy stone. I'm sure I hadn't seen it before. I shook my head. No! I won't do it. I can't. But then, my hands.
I had no feeling in my hands. It was as though someone else was moving them for me. I stooped down. With both hands, I picked up the stone, raised it high above my head, and hesitated. The rabbit's eyes were wide open, staring at me, begging me to do what I had to do. With one swift movement, it was all over. I was 7 years old, but from that time on, my life has never belonged to me.
Simon?
Plato said, "He who desires to inflict rational punishment does not retaliate for a past wrong which cannot be undone.
What?
He has regard to the future and is desirous that whoever is punished, and he who sees him punished, may be deterred from doing wrong again."
The lights! They're going on and off, the lights!
And when Jehu was come to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her face, and tired her head, and looked out at a window. And as Jehu entered in at the gate, she said, "Who slew his master?"
Simon! Stop staring down at the table like that. Can't you see what's happening? Look at me, will you?
And he lifted up his face to the window and said, "Who is on my side? Who?"
No! Don't touch me! Please don't touch me! Your hands! There's cold ice!
And he said, "Throw her down." So they threw her down, and some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall.
Let go of me!
And when he was come in, he would eat and drink and say, "Go see now this cursed woman and bury her."
The door is closed!
And they went to bury her.
Somebody
But they found no more of her than the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands.
Open the door!
Wherefore they came again and told him. And he said, "This is the word of the Lord."
For God's sake, Simon, what's wrong with you? What do you want of me?
What do I want? I want you, Virginia. I want your love. Your love.
I warned you. Keep away from
They
me.
say that when a man drowns, he can see his whole life laid out before him. That's how it is with me now. Everything is so clear, so crystal clear. I can see you and me, Virginia. I can see our whole life together. Just the two of us, you and me.
I'm warning you. Touch me and I'll tear your eyes out. Bastard!
Bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Spit my lip.
I'll do it again if you try to kiss me like that.
Is this what you want, Virginia? Is this what you've always wanted?
Oh, bastard! You dared hit me!
Love me, Virginia.
Get away from me!
Love me!
Oh, my dress! Look what you done to my dress. You tore it.
Love me.
Oh, God! Oh, God, Simon! Look at you! No, Simon, no! Don't let me die! Please don't let me die! No, Simon! Can't you see what's happening to you? It's this room, Simon! They're using you to kill me. They want to kill us both.
Love me.
Don't ever do it to Simon. In the name of God, don't let them.
Love me, Virginia.
You. Is it really you? George? George.
Mr. Elliot! Mr. Elliot! Mr. Elliot, young man, are you in there?
What do you want?
please. I want to talk to you.
Well, you'll have to wait. I've got no clothes on. What do you want?
My daughter didn't sleep in her room last night.
Well, what do you want me to do about it? Maybe she couldn't sleep.
I should think not, with all that noise that was going on up here.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was listening to a few tapes.
Mr. Elliot, where is my daughter?
Well, maybe she went for a walk in the park.
The park? You know what time it is? It's only 8:30 in the morning. That girl would drive me into an early grave.
Bit late for that.
What was that?
I said, try the park. Mrs. Whitman, are you still there?
I'm warning you, young man. If I don't find my daughter, I'll be back.
Doesn't miss a trick, does she?
You better get some clothes on.
Seen all you want, have you?
Now look, sonny boy, it wasn't my idea to go to bed with someone like you.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for what happened. What more can I say?
Oh, I'm not complaining. Actually, it was quite a pleasant surprise. I mean, I didn't even know you could. One thing you must say for the dead, at least they have a sense of humor. Simon, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Sure?
Of course I'm bloody sure. What do you expect me to say?
Well, how am I expected to know? It may not have occurred to you, but you very nearly killed me last night.
The man you slept with was your own husband, not me. My personality was dominated by an alien force.
I know that.
How do you know?
I remember what George Preston was like as a lover. Last night it was as though he'd come back from the dead and was lying right there beside me. It was his hands that were pressing into my flesh, his eyes that were staring at me with contempt, a feeling of complete domination. Is it possible, Simon? Is it really possible? What are you staring at?
You have a beautiful body.
Pass me my dress, please. I'm getting cold.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. You know, for a time last night, I really was convinced you were going to kill me.
Kill you?
Well, you're lucky I didn't drop down dead at your feet. I have a heart condition, you know. The slightest shock.
Yeah, Mrs. Preston, what exactly happened in this room last night?
Huh?
Well, I want you to tell me everything, just as you remember it.
You mean you don't know?
The last thing I remember is sitting at that table with the two of us talking into the tape recorder, and from then on, my mind is a complete blank.
Dear God. Well, I hardly know where to start. It was such a nightmare. Your voice and personality seemed to change. You became older. An older man, just like George.
Go on.
At first I didn't realize what was happening, but when you started the Bible punching...
Bible punching?
Reciting from the Bible was George's way of trying to save me from eternal damnation.
Mrs. Preston, why didn't I kill you last night?
What?
Well, you said there was a moment when you were convinced I was going to kill you.
That's right.
Well, then why didn't I? What stopped me?
What stopped you? How should I know what stopped you?
What is it? What are you looking at?
The picture. That sketch you drew of George. Look at it. It's torn in half from top to bottom. Right down the center. Right through the face. One eye. Just one eye staring at us. Simon, look at it. Why won't you look? Did you do this? Simon, answer me. Did you tear that picture?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You must know.
I keep telling you. I don't remember a thing that happened to me last night. Every time I tried to see what happened, I found myself wandering in a desert. A bleak, dark wilderness. I can't see anything. I can only hear a voice. A voice urging me to do something. He won't forgive you, Mrs. Preston. George will never forgive you.
Is it likely to happen again? I mean, will George try to use you to kill me?
Oh, no, if he wanted to do that, he could have done it last night.
Then why didn't he?
I don't know. Anyway, you've never told me why George Preston should want to kill you.
For God's sakes! I did send him to the gallows.
You still have a conscience about that?
Of course I have a conscience about it. I loved that man. I never wanted him to die. If it hadn't been for Jonathan, for that boy... Oh, God, how I despised him.
Then why did you sleep with him? Why?
He made me feel young again. Pathetic, isn't it?
But at the time, you couldn't have been much more than a young woman yourself.
I was 32.
Well, is that old?
For me, it was. When a married woman is flattered by a boy younger than herself, matrimonial fidelity is easily forgotten.
You know what I think? I think you should sell this house and get the hell out of here.
Why?
It might save your life.
No. There's not a place in the world I could run to. Wherever I went, George would always be waiting for me.
Then why try to get rid of him?
I don't want to get rid of him. Can't you understand? I need George now more than I ever did when he was alive. I just want him to give me a chance to tell him so. You know, soon after George's execution, there were times when I was convinced I could actually see him up here in the chapel. I tried desperately to remember all the little things he used to do, where he'd sit, how he'd be looking at me. I spent hours staring at his favorite chair over there, determined to prove to myself that I was psychic and that I could actually see him sitting there. But I never could. Do you suppose it's always like that when someone dies?
Could be.
That's odd. I thought you said you didn't smoke.
Well, I don't.
Then where did this packet of French cigarettes come from?
I've no idea.
They're the same brand that Jonathan used to smoke.
Mrs. Preston, on the night of the murder, how did your husband know you were up here in this room, making love to Jonathan Curtis?
I don't know. I've never known.
Wasn't it possible someone could have told him?
I don't see how. Nobody knew.
You're quite sure about that?
Of course I'm sure.
Why?
Why? Because Jonathan and I were always careful enough not to be seen together.
Well, not once.
Not once.
Not in all the time you'd known him? What was it, 18 months or so?
The only time Jonathan Curtis ever came to this house was on Wednesday evenings. That was when George always spent the night in Birmingham on his weekly business trip.
But he wasn't in Birmingham that night.
Ah, but he was. Or at least he was for part of the time.
What do you mean?
I telephoned George at his hotel. Must have been about 6:30 that evening. It was one of those cozy little rituals that husbands and wives can't do without. Anyway, as soon as I heard George's voice at the other end, I knew the coast was clear. Jonathan arrived soon after 7, and we had dinner together. Oh, it was a strange evening. Jonathan was never the easiest person to be with at the best of times. His head was always too full of politics and nasty jibes about my rich American background. And he hated to be argued with. If ever I tried to answer back, he'd just turn away and sing that same ridiculous tune over and over again. Ha, 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 you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? Ha, 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 you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? God, he irritated me. I only ever wanted him for one thing, and he knew it. But that night, it was different. The whole evening, he flattered me. For the first time, I felt like a woman any man would desire. But then I became suspicious. Jonathan asked if he could come up here to this room, to the chapel. I wanted to know why. But he said it was because he was just curious. He'd never seen this room in the house. It was the only room he hadn't seen before. He was lying, of course. Coming up here to George's own private lair was a challenge. The idea excited him.
Are you quite sure no one ever saw you and Jonathan alone together?
Never.
What about your mother?
Oh, she'd seen us a couple of times, but only when George was around. Actually, my mother quite liked Jonathan. I once caught them having a tete-a-tete together. White rum and coke.
What about the night of the murder? Surely your mother must have heard something going on up here.
She was in Cambridge. Mother always spent Wednesdays and Thursdays in Cambridge. She has an old school chum up there. They brew a witch's cauldron together.
You and your mother are not really best of friends, are you?
My mother hates me. She's always hated me. Ever since my father died and left everything to me, she's tried very hard to make me believe that my mind is unbalanced. When I was a child, she used to stand outside my bedroom door at night and make weird tapping sounds. I was terrified of the dark and convinced it was the dead who'd come to carry me off to the graveyard. Do you wonder I'm neurotic? Simon? Simon?
I'm in the ironing room. Well, where does this door lead to?
The landing outside. At the top of the stairs. Why?
Well, it's locked.
I know it is. It has been for years.
You have the key?
As far as I know, there's never been a key. At least there hasn't been since George and I moved here.
But, during the trial, it was stated that on the night your husband found you and Jonathan Curtis together in this room, he entered through the ironing room door. Well, how could he have done that, Mrs. Preston, if there was no key?
Perhaps George had a key without telling me.
I see.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm rewinding the tape.
What for? Don't you believe anything I've told you?
Yes, Mrs. Preston. Unfortunately, I do, but there are just too many things that don't add up.
What do you mean?
I mean that if George Preston wanted to use me to kill you last night, he could have done so without any trouble at all, so what stopped you?
How do you know he won't try again?
Well, I don't know. Or maybe the tape does.
For God's sake, Simon, what's wrong with you? What do you want of me?
What do I want? I want you, Virginia. I want your love. Your love.
I wanted you. Keep away from me.
The man drowns. He can see his whole life laid out before him.
What's that?
That's how it is.
The laugh in the background.
Everything is so clear, so crystal clear. I can see you and me, Virginia. I can see our whole life together. Just the two of us, you and me.
I'm warning you. Touch me and I'll tear your eyes out. Oh, my God. There it is again. Bastard.
Bitch.
Son of a bitch.
My lip is
I'll do it again if you try to kiss me like that. No, Simon, no. Turn it off. For God's sake, turn it off. No. You dare to hit me.
Love me.
Love me.
It's all right, Mrs. Preston.
Didn't you hear that voice in the background laughing at us?
Yeah, I heard it.
There were only two people in this room last night, you and me.
I know that. Well, in psychical research, it's not unusual for a tape recorder to pick up the sound of an alien voice.
But this was the voice of someone we couldn't see or hear at the time. Someone who was right here in this room, watching us, laughing at us.
Did you recognize the voice?
It was George's laugh, all right. It must have been. What are you doing?
Well, I want to hear the rest of the tape.
No, Simon!
Well, that's odd. The tape spools are jammed. They won't move, Mrs. Preston. Would you check the plug in the wall over there for me, please?
Where is it?
Just by the door. Can you see it?
Ah. Got it.
Is it plugged in?
Yes, it's plugged in all right. And it's switched on.
Well, I don't understand. There's no electric power coming through.
Virginia, are you up there?
Mother, she's back.
You better go.
Virginia?
Well, she's not here, Mrs. Whitman.
I heard voices up there.
Yeah, it was the tape recorder, Mrs. Whitman. Now, look, before you go, just one question.
Yes?
Can you remember at what time of night the murder of Jonathan Curtis took place in this room?
What time? I don't know. I can't remember.
Try hard, please.
I don't know, I tell you. Soon after 11 p.m., I think it was.
Virginia!
The exact time, please. It's important.
It was 10 minutes after 11.
10 past 11. Yeah. And can you remember what clothes you were wearing at that time?
What?
Virginia,
what were you wearing, Mrs. Preston?
I don't remember. Oh, yes. An ordinary black cocktail dress, I think.
Do you still have it?
No, the police used it for evidence during the trial. There were bloodstains.
Well, could you wear something like it and come back here tonight?
What? Are you kidding?
Mrs. Preston, The only way we're going to communicate with your husband is to make that night happen all over again, exactly the same as it was at the time Jonathan Curtis was murdered.
Oh, I won't do it. I can't.
Will you trust me, Mrs. Preston, will you?
After what happened here last night, I don't think I'll ever trust anyone again.
This is your only chance, Mrs. Preston, the last chance. Now, I could walk out of that door now and keep away from you for the rest of your life, but believe me, it wouldn't solve anything. Sooner or later, George Preston would find someone else to kill you.
Virginia, I'm coming up there.
11 o'clock tonight, Mrs. Preston. Will you do it?
I'll be here. The door. It's locked. I don't have a key.
Oh. Here.
Can I really trust you?
My wife and I lived all alone in a little log hut we called our own. She loved beer, and I loved rum. And oh, we had a lot of fun. Ha, 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 you and me. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Ha, 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 he, he. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Just a minute. Oh. Thank you for coming. I wasn't at all sure you would. You look great. The dress, I mean.
What's all this for? The white adhesive tape.
I went out and bought a reel of it this afternoon.
Chalk marks all over the walls, arrows on the floor. You've taped everything down, even the ashtrays.
Just a precaution, that's all.
Precaution?
Well, in case the action gets a little too lively. Now, will you excuse me for a minute, please? I want to tape up the sides of the door.
Tell me, is all this to prevent something from getting in or to stop it from getting out?
Who knows? There's a pair of scissors on the table over there. Could you pass them to me, please? Thanks.
Simon, what were you and my mother talking about this afternoon?
Your mother?
Oh, come on. I know she came up to this room because I saw her. What was the price of admission? A white rum and coke? That's usually her style.
Oh, as a matter of fact, we had afternoon tea and cakes.
Really?
She wanted to talk about you.
I bet.
You know, I think you've got your mother all wrong. She just wants to help you, that's all.
My, oh, my. I have a sweet little gray-haired old lady for a mother, and nobody told me. Well, I'm warning you, buddy boy. My mother eats people like you for dessert. It was like that with Jonathan, and she'll do the same to you, so beware.
You've been drinking, haven't you?
Well, I'm to spend the rest of the night locked up here with Jack the Ripper. I need fortification.
What are you so afraid of, Mrs. Preston?
Afraid? Me?
Why are you so jealous of your mother?
Am I?
Well, she knows it. It hurts.
Oh, boy. Has she done a good job on you? And what exactly am I supposed to be jealous of?
I don't know.
Maybe she's better in bed than I am. You should try her sometime. I'm sure Mama has one or two quaint variations on a theme.
Yeah. What time is it, please?
It's just after 11.
Oh, we'd better get started.
Haven't you forgotten something?
What's that?
The stained glass window up there in the ceiling. Aren't you going to seal that up, too?
It won't be necessary.
I can see the new moon. Just my luck to see it through glass.
Mrs. Preston, we haven't much time. Would you take this piece of cord, please, and tie my wrists behind my back?
You've got to be kidding.
I know what I'm doing, Mrs. Preston. Now, believe me, this is for your protection just as much as my own. Now, do as I say, please.
Okay. That's the way you want it.
Make the knot as tight as you can. No, more than that. It's too loose. That's it.
What are you trying to do, anyway?
Or whatever energy has been retained in this room has to be fought on its own ground.
Energy? You mean a poltergeist?
I mean a violent psychic force which can manifest itself in a living form. And if that form should happen to be me, well...
I was right. George is going to try again. He's going to use you to kill me.
You're perfectly safe, Mrs. Preston.
Safe?
Yes, as long as you obey my instructions, no harm will come to you. There's another piece of cord on the table. Now, I'm going to sit down, and I want you to bind my hands to the back of the chair. But hurry, please. We don't have much time left.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I must be out of my mind bringing you to this house. There. Get out of that if you can.
What time is it now?
What again?
The time, please.
Okay. It's 5 minutes after 11. At least I think it is.
Right. Take your position, please.
What?
Look, Mrs. Preston. On the night your husband murdered Jonathan Curtis, at the precise moment that murder took place, where in this room were you positioned?
You mean, where exactly?
Exactly.
It was over there. I was standing just in front of the window that's been blocked up.
Well, could you go over there, please?
Why?
Look, Mrs. Preston, if you want to make contact with your husband, then you've got to help me reconstruct those last few minutes. Now, stop asking questions and do as I say, please.
Okay. Keep your hair on. It was just about here.
Were the curtains drawn at the time?
At the window, yes.
And what about Jonathan? Where was he?
He was standing there. Just there. With his back to the ironing room curtains. God darn you, you're not even looking.
What did you talk about, Mrs. Preston? You and Jonathan?
Talk? Are you joking? He wanted to make love. I told him it was a sick idea that we should go back downstairs to my own room, but he wouldn't listen. You see, he'd already made up his mind to humiliate us, both of us, me and George. Anyway, I tried to get out of the room, but the door was locked. Jonathan had the key. I told him if he didn't open that door right away, I'd scream the place down. But that just made him laugh even more, and he slammed the window and bolted it. Poor Jonathan. He never grew up, always playing games. From then on, I got really mad at him. I picked up an ashtray and threw it at him. This made him come right on at me. He grabbed hold of my arm and twisted it up behind my back. He ripped off my dress and practically threw me across the room to the other side. And for a moment, I was too scared to do anything. I just crouched on the bed, hardly daring to move. He taunted me, made me feel cheap and dirty. Son of a bitch. He thought he knew it all, but he knew nothing. It was then that I saw those curtains move. Someone had come in quietly through the ironing room. It was George. He was holding a razor in his hand. The open razor he always used to shave up here with in the chapel. Jonathan didn't see him. I don't think he ever did. Oh, God, I should have warned him, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. It was over so quickly, I hardly realized what had happened at all. All I remember is Jonathan lying there, his eyes staring up at me in agony and disbelief, and that long, silent gash in his throat, like a river of blood flooding its banks. What's that smell? Something's burning. Simon? Simon! There's a cigarette burning in the ashtray. Simon! Are you listening to me? God almighty, what a time to go to sleep! Wake up when you wake up!
is it? Who's there? Mother? Is it you? Answer me, goddamn you! Oh, suppose it isn't Mother. Oh, my God. This is all your fault, you little... To wake up, will you wake up?
Simon.
What is it? What's wrong with you? Oh! George? Is it you? Is it? Oh, darling, if you're there, please listen to me. I'm weak, George. I've always been weak. But you're strong. How many times have I tried to tell you that? How many times have I tried to tell you that you are the only one who ever meant anything to me? Oh, George. Where are you, darling? Why can't I see you? When someone you love dies, why can't you see them through the dark? I've got to get out of here. But how? He's locked the goddamn door. Simon, wake up! Wake up! Oh, for Christ's sake! What am I going to do? There must be another way out somehow. There must be. Oh, my God, the ironing room. The ironing room. No! No! No!
Virginia, is that you?
You killed her! You killed my mother! Blood! Look at my hands! Why?
Don't do that, Virginia. You know how I hate the sight of blood.
Why?
Why did I kill her? Because you talk too much. That's the trouble with old people. They never know when to stop. I warned her so many times, you know.
George? Is it you? Is it really you?
What's it like to be rich, Virginia? Come on now, you were never the one to be so shy about your wealth.
There's nothing wrong in being rich, George. Capitalism is the foundation of democracy.
Wealth. The great American dream.
This isn't you, George. It can't be. Who are you?
Why did you bring him back from Birmingham that night, Virginia? Why did you bring George Preston back here to this very room?
Jonathan!
You brought him back because it was your last desperate hope that only his jealousy would get him back into bed with you.
No.
He couldn't bear to touch you, could he, Virginia? It was only anger that ever gave George Preston the courage to make love to you.
No!
That's why you telephoned him in Birmingham that night. Yes, you, Virginia. The night I was to be the pawn in your neat little game.
Let me out! Let me out!
You killed me, Virginia. You killed us both, George and me. And you know why? Because the one thing you could never buy was our love.
No! Who is it? Help me! Please help me!
He's come to collect you, Virginia. Why don't you let him in?
Come to collect me. What are you talking about?
He's been waiting a long time, Virginia. We both have.
You fool! You poor, stupid, misguided fool! Did you really think you could scare me with your pathetic little tricks? Did you really think that by killing my mother you could actually hurt me? Don't you understand, darling?
I wanted her dead. I'd have done it myself years ago if it hadn't been for George, if he hadn't been around to protect her. You see, George and my mother had so much in common, so much to gain by joining forces against me. But it didn't work then, and it won't work now. Poor mother. I always try to warn her about the company she keeps. There's no such thing as honor amongst thieves, you know. I remember once when I was little, Mother told me that she was going to live forever. She was wrong. Nobody lives forever, Jonathan. Even when they're dead.
Cut me loose, Virginia.
Cut you loose? Oh, dear, how thoughtless of me. I was forgetting how painful it must be for you sitting there with your hands tied behind your back. Now, what shall I use? What about this? Recognize this, darling? You remember it, don't you, Jonathan? It's George's old cutthroat razor. Shall I tell you something, darling? There was a reason why I brought you up here to the chapel that night. It was all a game, Jonathan, just a game. Only the stakes we were playing for were your life. No, don't try to move, darling. I wouldn't want you to hurt those delicate white wrists of yours. You see, just before you arrived at the house that night, I telephoned George at his hotel and told him everything. I told him how I'd been intimidated by this two-bit punk of a kid who'd gotten into the habit of calling on me every time my husband left the house. I told him how you threatened to call on me that very evening, and that if you did, I wouldn't be responsible for what might happen. George didn't say a thing, but I knew he'd taken the bait. Unfortunately, when he did get here, he lost his nerve. When you would, you see. I always had to do everything for him.
You mean he refused to commit murder for someone he didn't love?
That's a lie. George did love me. He always loved me.
And I tell you he didn't. With that $500,000 of yours tucked away in a New York bank account, all you ever meant to George Preston was a passport to a very secure future. Don't you understand? You can't hurt me anymore, Virginia. No man can die more than once.
You're no more use to me now, Jonathan, or George, or Simon, or whoever you are. You're no more use to me now, alive or dead. You know, the last time I used this razor was on you, Jonathan. Yes, darling, I'm afraid it was me that killed you. It wasn't George. How could it be? But why didn't he stop me from killing you? I mean, in a sense, that makes George just as guilty as me, doesn't it, Jonathan? Doesn't it? And yet, when they sentenced him to death for murder he didn't actually commit, he didn't even look at me. Not once. He just let them take him to those gallows. And...
Open the door, Virginia. Go on. Open it, if you dare.
The tape recorder. Oh, very good, Jonathan. Very good. No one can play games like you can. No one. Bravo!
Let him in, Virginia. Why don't you let him in?
Because there's no one there. There never has been. There's no one to see me now, Jonathan. No one. Not even George.
You're wrong. He can see you. George can see you. No!
Virginia!
George!
Give me the razor, Virginia.
No!
Give it to me.
Don't do it, George. I beg you.
Don't kill him. He's not worth it.
Virginia.
Oh, I know I shouldn't have telephoned you like that, but I couldn't help myself, George. I wanted you to love me. I wanted you to love me so much.
Listen to me. George is dead. Dead, do you hear? And you're
We'll
alive.
send him away, yes. That's what we'll do. We'll send him away, and we won't ever have to see him again.
Oh, Virginia, my poor baby.
But don't kill him, George. If you kill him, we'll both die. You and me.
George is dead, Virginia. It's all over. Do you understand? All over.
All over.
Mother.
You're alive.
Yes, no thanks to that maniac over there. When I came up here this afternoon, he tried to kill me with George's razor. Look at the cut on my arm. Just look at it. I was so terrified. I didn't know what was going on. I must have blacked out and hit my head against something.
You mean you've been lying there all this time?
Listen to me, Virginia. I was the one who telephoned George that night. Not you. I knew what was going on between you and that boy, and I had to do something about it.
You telephoned George?
Jonathan Curtis wanted everything he could get out of you, but I was determined not to let him get away with it. Oh, not because of your money, Virginia. The money your father left you is yours. It always has been, and you're entitled to every brass nickel of it. You see, I was never a real wife to him. I never did anything to earn his love. So why should he care what the hell happened to me after he was gone? He must have hated me so much. But you know, he never actually told me so. It's odd, isn't it? How people can't actually tell you what they think of you until after they're dead. But I was not prepared to allow that boy to get away with anything. I'd have killed him with my own hands first. It would have been so easy.
But it's not true. It can't be. Don't you understand, Mother? I killed Jonathan. When George came through that curtain, like you did just now, I took the razor from him, and I killed Jonathan with my own hands.
No.
What?
For Jonathan Curtis is dead, Mrs. Preston. But you didn't kill him. When George Preston found you in this room with Jonathan that night, he realised for the first time in his life that he couldn't bear to live without you. He took hold of that razor.
No!
He took hold of it and tore into Jonathan's throat with all the violence that he could only find during the act of love itself.
No!
He killed for you, Mrs. Preston. Because he loved you. He still loves you. It was a feeling of guilt that brought you up to this room night after night. Guilt that made you believe you committed a murder you were not responsible for. That's why you brought me to this house, whether you know it or not. When you saw my photograph in the magazine, I immediately became your one hope for a link with the past. I even look a bit like Jonathan, don't I? That made it even more likely that I was the one person who could help rid you of your guilt. Mrs. Preston, there's a dark side of the mind in every one of us. Trouble is, none of us know how to use it.
The razor. Give me the razor, Mother.
Virginia? No.
Do as I say, Mother, please. I want to cut Simon loose.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Simon! Your hands! How did you free them?
Keep away from him, Virginia. He tried to kill me in this room this afternoon.
What happened in this room this afternoon had nothing to do with me, Mrs. Whitman. The spirit of Jonathan Curtis dominated my subconscious whenever he chose to do so. He was determined to take his revenge.
How do we know he's gone? I mean, really gone.
If you had taken my life with that razor a few minutes ago, Jonathan Curtis would have lived forever. But now he's gone. And he'll never come back again. George won't let him.
Phew. Boy, I need a drink. If anyone cares to join me, I'll be down in my room. Oh, the door's locked.
Oh, yes. Just a minute, please. And we shan't be needing all this adhesive tape anymore.
Thank you.
You know, young man, if I had a son like you, I wouldn't sleep at nights, Valium or no Valium. Well, I guess that's about it.
Yeah, if I was you, I'd go and get a good night's sleep. You're going to need it.
You know something? I think I'll get this room decorated. A coat of paint would make all the difference. Yes, and I'll have that window unblocked again. It needs some light in here.
Yes.
I don't suppose you've made any plans yet. I mean, your own personal plans.
Well, if it's all right with you, I'll move out first thing in the morning.
Oh, there's no rush. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you can stay as long as you want. I mean, nobody uses this room ever. What I'm trying to say is, I owe you an awful lot.
I'll be going in the morning, if you don't mind.
Oh, well, I'd better go and see how poor Mother is. I think she really is quite shaken up.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for what happened. If there's anything I can do...
No, she'll be all right. She's a tough old bird. Simon, is it true? I mean, what you said about George. Did he love me? Did he really love me?
I told you, Mrs. Preston. He still loves you.
And Jonathan? Will he leave me alone from now on?
Jonathan's gone, Mrs. Preston. You'll never see him again.
Thank you, Simon. That's funny. The door's locked. Simon? Did you lock the door again? Simon? Simon? Simon! Simon? Jonathan? No.
In Dark by Victor Pemberton. Honor Blackman played the part of Virginia Preston, Bessie Love that of her mother, and Nigel Anthony, Simon Elliott, and others. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.